area, same situation. I'm still in the process of setting up, so if anybody comes in, please give me a second. I'm not avoiding anybody in any way. I'm actually running way behind from where I should have been. I'm going to do everything the same we did last night, except for we're going to start shallow. We're going to start close up. Okay. Instead of me taking these rods all the way out where I had them last night and then not catching any fish, we're going to start the same locations I was catching fish last night with all the rods. That's what we're going to do, y'all. Of course, purple rod, acting stupid, don't want to light up again. All right. Now I got to change some things around real quick because we're going to have an issue. I forgot my remote, y'all. I forgot my remote. So landing fish is going to be fun because I'm landing them on a big old hill and I got no way to control my light. I'm going to have to push button it. And unfortunately, I'm going to have to get close enough to the bank or to the water right here to be dangerous, I should say. I might want to put some tape around that because I might lose my light if I don't. But it is what it is. Like I said, I apologize if anybody comes in. Please give me a few seconds. We had a big nightmare today trying to get down here. And I am in a hair deeper or a hair higher spot than what I was last night, like I said I would be. All right. Chris Everett, Mike's Fishing Home, how's it going? Thank y'all for stopping in. Yeah, we got a real late start tonight, y'all. I was supposed to already be out here and had rods in the water an hour ago, 2 hours ago. And went to the creek. Up the fish are starting to roll again. Went to the creek. The bluegill wasn't biting. Big Matt, how's it going? Steve Adams, how's it going? We got Deja Vu going, y'all. We're in the exact same spot. Dreams, how's it going? We're in the same spot we caught them 3 nice ones last night, including that 20-pounder. We're going to try it again. This is my flathead hoe. So, Van, what is up, brother? Glad to see you come in. I'm down in my flathead hole tonight. I was out there last night. I don't know if you caught the video or any of the live last night. Caught 3 of them out of here. Missed about 4, including loss of 20-pound plus flathead. That was a nightmare, but it is what it is. Now I gotta try to see if I can't find a flat spot on here to put my chair. This water's up so high, I had to go up an extra 4 foot like I said I would last night. I knew it was coming. I still ain't got that purple rod fixed yet, but I need to sit down for a second and we'll work on it. Because, yeah. We found out last night you can see that light. I mean, that purple one. Even if it ain't lit up, you can see it. So, we're going to go from there. I'm going to sit down for a minute and take a break, catch a breath. Say hi to all y'all wonderful people. All right. All right, we did the same thing we did last night. I'm running bluegill. Of course, unfortunately, I got less bluegill tonight than I had last night. I've been up for 39 hours right now. Let's see what the clock is. 39 hours right now I've been up straight. Took off out of here 7 o'clock, about 7:30 this morning, 8 o'clock. Got home, went to the creek, went fishing for about 2 hours. Did not catch one single bluegill. I'm like, man, this is ridiculous. So then I turned around, I went home, fired up the grill, did all the stuff I had to do at the house, went back to the creek, said, well, I'm only going to fish for an hour or so. Buck, how's it going? Randall, how's it going? Said, yeah, I'm only going to fish for down here at the creek for an hour or so. And then I'm bouncing. I'm heading, or not even an hour. I was planning on going to be out about 45 minutes. That way I could be out here before it got dark. Well, of course, I sat at the creek for almost 3 hours to catch 4 bluegill. 4 bluegill. They were just not biting for nothing. Ladybug, how's it going? Yeah, I couldn't get them to bite for nothing today. So we only got 4 bluegill. Now I got same setup I started with last night. I got bluegill on the blue rod, the head on the blue rod. I got a body chunk on the orange rod, and I got a night crawler on the purple rod. Last night I caught the 8-pound and the 20-pound both on that purple rod on a size 6 hook with a piece of bait smaller than a nickel. No exaggeration, if you wasn't in here, these baits were smaller than a nickel. The only thing I did different today is we caught all them fish within 50 to 60 foot off the bank. Well, the bank's come up about 4 foot this direction. So now I've casted about 54 to 55 foot out. So we're going to start off in the same location where we was getting all the fish last night. The only difference is I'm not using the purple rod for catfish right now. I'm going to try to keep it in as close as I can to see if I can get a carp or something, that, because if not, we ain't going to have enough bait if we start having bites like we did last night. Last night started off a hot bite. I'm talking a hot bite. We was getting bites as soon, my first 25 minutes here, or 30 minutes here, or something like that, I already got one hit. Within my first 40 minutes, I already had a 20-pound plus flathead on within my first 40 minutes of being here. And then it went dead, and then I happened to decide to put a piece of bluegill, and I think Steve was in here, Steve Block. He told me to, I said something about putting a small piece of bluegill on there. He goes, I would. It can't hurt. So Steve Logue told me that put the small piece of bluegill on there, on that small baby hook. So I did, and this piece of bluegill was just literally this big, my thumb up. That's how big that piece of bluegill was. I put it on the hook, I cast it out, cast it about 50 yards out, or 50 feet out. It was out there for less than 25 minutes, and I landed an 8-pounder. I casted it back out. That was exactly at the 3-hour mark when I caught the first fish and landed it, which was the 8-pounder. Then exactly 24 minutes later, on the same rod, same size bait, I hooked a 20-pounder. So we're going to try for some Deja Vu. I need to turn these lights off and stuff. That's going to be my issue right there, because last night I had it dark up here. Right now I'm lighting up the river a lot more than what I want to. So I need to start turning these lights down a little bit, because I got them way too high, including this dang light right here. But I do have to get some batteries in this purple rod though, for sure, because yeah, it's eating through batteries like crazy, and I don't know why, but it won't take my rechargeables. It will not accept my rechargeables. Oh, by the way, Wanda, how's it going? Thank you for coming in. Well, I'm getting a bite, y'all. Fish on already. Fish on already. Unfortunately, y'all might not be able to see me land them, because, well, I'm going to try to make it where y'all can see, but I doubt y'all going to be able to see me land it, because it's all downhill, baby. All downhill. Oh, did he get off? No, he just went in my line. All right, let me see if I can turn this up a little bit, give y'all some more light down there. But yeah, it's going to be a pain in the butt to land them, but we're going to try. And he's all tangled up in my other line. Yep. Already tangled up in my line. Come on, buddy. That didn't take long. Of course, now I'm going to have to fight my other line because he's got it messed up. And like I told y'all, this is going to be a nightmare because I only have the, I ain't got nowhere to land them down here. Dang it. Give me a second, y'all. I gotta tire him out anyway, so what the heck. I gotta figure out how to get my line untangled also. Can I take him? No, I'm gonna bring him around between these two rods, which is gonna be almost impossible. All right, give me a second. What I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna land him, and then I'll worry about my rod. All right. I'm just gonna land him, y'all, and then I'll worry about the net. I mean the rod. Come here, buddy. Come here. No. All you're doing is gonna run into a wall there. Come on. Well, if I could get down here to him, I'd be all right. The problem of it is as you can see, we way up here. Come here, buddy. All right, fish on, y'all. We got him landed. I'm gonna give this thing some slack. That didn't take long. And that was on Nightcrawler, y'all. That was on Nightcrawler. Come here, buddy. Where you going? And my grips are way down here. Like I said, it's gonna be a pain for y'all to see me land a fish right now because we are way up here on the wall. And I'm not gonna weigh him. We know he's a dink. It doesn't matter. But we got one fish on for the day, y'all. One fish on for the day. Let me let him go and get this stuff figured out, what he's doing to my lines. Nightcrawler up the top, y'all. I mean, as soon as we start. All right. I'm gonna turn y'all back around so y'all can see these other two rods. If you see the orange rod bounce, don't freak out because it's probably me trying to get this untangled. This thing gonna pop this dang stupid stuff up again. There we go. Yes, sir, Chris. Very good start. And I'm going right back in the same area I was at a minute ago with him, with Nightcrawler. Now where the heck has he got me tangled at, man? I'll see it now. Throw another crawler on there and we're gonna go right back out there in the same spot. You know, I'm kind of depressed about this, y'all. I ain't got a problem with catching these fish, and I'm enjoying being able to catch these fish. But I don't know where my flatheads are at, y'all. I don't know where my flatheads are at. I mean, I can kind of hope it's a Nightcrawler kind of day like it was the other day. About 3 days ago, or last week, it was a Nightcrawler day. I come out here, and I caught a bunch of them on Nightcrawler back to back. And that's all I can hope for again. Because I got more Nightcrawler than I got bluegill. Same spot, y'all. All right, I'm gonna get these batteries changed out before we get another hit. So we can see that hit better. All right, 15 minutes, we already got a fish on the bank. Yeah, you can't beat that. Up, purple rod, blue rod. He hit it and quit it. No, he's still out there playing with it, y'all. Now that acts like a flatty bite right there. All right, now let me see if I can get to my batteries. They ain't gonna let me get to my batteries, y'all. I said batteries and they started hitting me. And that's on that bluegill head. And I don't know why that it won't let me use the rechargeable batteries on this purple light. Purple lights. I'm gonna try to see if I can't fix that. I'm thinking the prongs might not be out far enough to make it let it work. So that's what we're gonna try first. Because I really hate to put them cheap disposables back in here. Because as you seen last night, I had to go through 3 sets of batteries in this purple rod. And it was the one getting all the action last night, and I had to go through all the batteries. I haven't even changed the batteries out yet on these other 2 rods. They're still the same batteries from last night. And I never charged them. So. That goes out. Try to see if one of these rechargeables will work. Yeah, I don't know what it is, y'all. I don't know what it is. These rechargeables do not work in this purple rod. I guess I'll just have to continue to buy these cheap dollar store batteries if I can find them. And change them out every hour. Hearing one splash out there. I'm hoping he ain't on my blue rod. It could be a dink on my blue rod. It did bounce earlier. There we go. I don't know how long those are going to stay charged, but we'll see. Move my bait knife so I don't trip over it and injure myself. Alright. Let me say hi to anybody else that came in. I need to undo this light back here. Switch broke on this one, so I got to twist it. Alrighty. 9 wonderful people in the house. Mark, how's it going? We just landed one. I didn't even weigh him. He probably about 6 pounds. 7 pounds, maybe 7 if we're lucky. That was 5 minutes ago. Been on a stream 15 minutes. We got our first fish. Very good start. Brian B, what is up, brother? Kane, how's it going? You're still in here? Eventually, we'll get things taken care of. Yeah, Mark, I caught 3 nice ones last night. And the bad note is, if you didn't see that live, you need to check that out. I caught 3 blues, an 8-pound blue and a 20-pound blue on this purple rod with a size 6 hook and a piece of bait smaller than a nickel. The orange rod, I caught a 5-pound blue, or right about 5 pounds, on a 12-odd hook with a piece of bait about the size of a silver dollar. Kind of a little backwards there, but you know, it is what it is. All right, let me do what I was doing a minute ago when I tried to turn all these lights off, y'all. So I don't run my batteries down because, unfortunately, I forgot to bring my remote. No, by the way, Van, since I didn't get to tell you earlier, I was trying to, but when we got interrupted by a blue cat, thank you, sir, for what you did when we went and did that tournament. I put the money to good use. After I gave my wife the money I owed her, I ordered me some rechargeable batteries for my lights, and then I ordered a little cheap push button or a little cheap remote light that I can have set up almost like it's a camping light, but I can set it up like a compact light. So I wanted to let you know how much I appreciate it. Because I promise you right now, if it wasn't for that, I wouldn't be out here fishing right now. Because the dollar store I get my batteries from has been sold out, and I haven't had the money to get anything. So I really appreciate that. I feel like I let you down though. I honestly do. We should have whooped butt that night. And I've been out here on the bank in the past couple times and hitting fish, and I don't understand it. All right, stay off. I gotta turn this light back down before I run my battery dead. Yeah, like I said, it might be hard for y'all to see me land fish because it's way downhill. But I'll bring them all up here and show you every one of them. Now last night when I had my remote, we had the alien thing landing. Yeah, I did. We did. I had a blast. I had a blast. I can't wait to do it again. I tell you what, if this spot keeps on paying off like it's doing right now, next time you come in here to Louisville, we're gonna have to come down to this spot. It's a little closer. It's about 20 yards or 50, 60 yards closer. And you ain't got to walk through all the tall weeds and the grass to get to it because the path that you walk down when you and Sandy come down here, you know that when you walk over the railroad tracks and you got that path, if you follow that path straight on down, it'll walk you straight to the river. And this is the spot I used to come to for my flatheads, but I stopped using it for a long time because it got too dangerous trying to get down this hill. This hill's starting to get better now. Let's see somebody else come in. Texas Tiger, what's up? We got one fish already, first 15 minutes in. Little about 5, 6, maybe 6 pound blue. Little dink on night crawler. I'm running the blue rod for anybody that wants to know. Blue rod's a Muddy River flathead rod. Big Slim, how's it going? We back at it. The blue rod's a Muddy River flathead rod. I'm running a Ming Yang 60 reel on it, 30-pound main line, 80-pound leader, 12-aught Mad Cat circle hook. The orange rod is a Muddy River flathead rod. I'm running a Ambassador 5500, 30-pound main, 80-pound leader. Fat Boy Eric, what's up? Purple rod is a generic Walmart Silver Cat, B&M. It's a medium heavy that's more like a medium, if not a light, which made it real fun when I landed that 20 last night. It bent that rod in half. I'm running a Chaos 60 on it. 30-pound line, 80-pound leader. And it's got a size 6 hook, not a 6-aught, size 6. And I moved that light down here so I could see to get down there to get to these fish. But I may have to move it back up here because I'm thinking if I hook a fish on this far rod, I'm gonna have to walk it over here to get to that light. That's why I wish I wouldn't have forgot my remote. But things were going so crazy today that I just got in a rush to get out the door and forgot it. I need to start clipping it to my backpack instead of clipping it to my lanyards. So then I won't forget it. So I think I'm gonna move it again. That way I can click it on if I get a fish. Because I should still be able to see down the hill if I get a fish. Like I said, y'all probably won't be able to see me land them if I hit them. Because until I get them up the hill. Because the way the hill's designed and how it's set up. But as long as I can see to get down there to get to them, we're golden. Let's see here. It'd be so much better if I had my remote. Because then I can find the button. Yeah, see, I can see good like that. I can see good like that, so I can get down there to get to them, no matter what rod I'm using. And I got to land them right here. I got one space that's, I say, 3 foot by 3 foot space is all I've got to land them fish on. I don't even think it's 3 by 3. It's probably 2.5 by 2.5. And that still puts me, John Oiler, what's up, buddy? Got about a 5 or 6 pound blue first 15 minutes in the stream on Nightcrawler. Come down here yesterday, went live. That's why I'm calling it Deja Vu. And last night I come down here on that purple rod with a small piece of bluegill the size of a nickel. I landed an 8 pounder, then a 20 pounder, then I landed about a 5 pounder on the orange rod on a big hook and big baits, and I lost a 20 pound plus flathead on that blue rod. I hooked him in the first 45 minutes, and he ran me through all this debris over here and spit the hook right when I got him up out of the bank. I was a little bit upset, but it was pretty fire bite the first hour, and then it died down a little bit, and then I cast it in close. Oh, I got to do it, y'all. I'm not going to tell y'all what I'm wishing for, but the last time I did it, it worked out perfect for me, so I'm going to try it. I just saw a shooting star, so I got to make my wish. All right, cool. We good. No exaggeration. Anybody that's watched my live before probably heard this story before. My first video I tried to do on YouTube, I come out to this spot. I was in this spot right here. When the water was down, I was actually probably about 10 foot over that way. And I saw a shooting star, and I started joking. I said, hey, I get to make a wish. I said, I wish for a 40-pound fish caught on one of these rods tonight, is what I said. No exaggeration. 2 minutes later, my green rod that I have, that I usually use, that's broke right now, went over and 39.5 pounds. No exaggeration. So I just saw a shooting star, so I had a wish for something else. I'm not going to tell you what that is. Eric B, how's it going? We back for Deja Vu, baby. And they're still rolling out there like they was last night. Well, yeah, I can't tell y'all what my wish is, but we'll find out. And unfortunately, it looks like I am going to change them batteries out on these blue and orange rods already. But I can't complain. I can't. Those batteries have been as rechargeable batteries I picked up online. They've been in there and running them lights for over 9 hours. So I can't complain. Uh-oh, something's hitting the purple rod, y'all. Something's moving on it. And I know one thing. This is the hilarious thing. My last 2 lives, if this is anything like them, we need to keep an eye on that purple rod. Because almost every fish I caught was on the purple rod. Last week I come out, I caught 3 drum, 4 catfish, and All of them was on the purple rod except for one on the blue rod. Yesterday I come out, I caught them three catfish. Two of them was on this purple rod. The other one was on the orange rod. So it's the one getting all the action. I don't know what it is. It's the lightest rod, and it makes it more fun that way. It honestly does. I thought about putting up my Muddy River rods and getting me some more of these B&Ms just because the fight is so much better. And then I thought about it. I can't do that. I love my Muddy River rods too much. But I tell you what, the fight on this purple rod is a lot more fun. A lot more fun. And last night, they couldn't see it because I had to be so close up on the rods. I was trying to show him the rod bend when I hooked that 20. I mean, he bent it almost completely in half. And the first takedown of the night almost took that rod out of the rod holder. He literally bent that rod holder down and was getting ready to launch it like a rocket. So, good times. And if I start to ramble on anybody, I apologize. Okay, because I'm running, I'm working on this is my 48-hour fishing bonanza. I never put it down like that because I'm not worried about it. But I started off last night. I've been up about 40 hours now. I was 39. About 40 hours now. I've been up straight, no sleep. I went live last night for 7 hours. I got off of live last night or this morning by 8 o'clock. I went straight to the creek. I fished for 3 hours. Did not get any bait, none whatsoever. And then I turned around and about 2 hours before dark, I went to the creek again, figuring, maybe later in the evening they might bite. Andy, how's it going? If I ain't said hi to you. And I went down there and I spent 2.5 hours. That's why I'm late right now. Almost 3 hours is what I wound up spending down there. The sun set while I was down there. I was already had all my gear ready to go for the night. Only thing I didn't have was my bait. And I was supposed to get down here before sunset so I could see to get down here and set up. And well, y'all see when I went live. I spent an extra 2 hours at the creek than what I wasn't supposed to just to get the 4 little bluegill I got. But it may be one of those nights we don't need bluegill. It may be one of them nights we need worms. And I happen to have uh, what was I gonna say? Brain fart. I happen to have probably close to 25 night crawlers. That's what I was trying to say. This is the only thing keeping me going, y'all. This is the only thing going. I'm 40 hours in fishing and now them 40 hours, I've already got 22, right at 22 hours of fishing in. So guess what? And I'm pulling all nighter again tonight. So we're gonna be doing it. Oh man. Y'all give me a second. I'm gonna step off camera for a second, find some batteries. Yep, see? Orange light's gonna start flashing. Means them batteries are dead. Get some batteries so I can change all that out. Oh, I'm gonna keep trucking. If my wife wasn't coming home tomorrow afternoon, and if I didn't have chores I had to get done before that, because I started my smoker today, and I was smoking for some pork tenderloins for about 4 or 5 hours, and then I had to get stuff done, so I threw them in the crock pot after I smoked them for 4 hours, put them on low, and I'm just gonna let them cook for the next day if I have to. And I got chores to finish up on that and everything else before my wife gets home. If it wasn't for that, I'd go back to the creek as soon as I leave here tomorrow. I can't sleep anyway. I have severe insomnia. If I can't sleep, I might as well be out here fishing. Now, the only thing that does affect me is my legs. I almost didn't make it down here because of that, because it's a crazy, insane walk to get down here. But it is what it is, you know. I told my wife when I was talking to her on the phone, I said, hopefully I'll make it home. It won't be from me being tired. It's gonna be for me from me not being able to walk. And I guess I ought to go ahead and change out the batteries in the blue one also while I'm doing it, because they've been there just as long as the orange ones. But like I said, I can't complain. I put them in last night. I ran them for 7.5 hours last night, and then what, almost an hour today before they went out. So I can't complain. Plus that one got bumped in the garage and was on for an extra hour sitting at the house that I didn't know. If anybody comes in, I apologize. I ain't avoiding it. I'll catch you in a second. Getting ready to change these batteries out and take care of some bad habits real quick. If y'all, anybody that hasn't been in here that much with me, anybody that hasn't been in here with me much, knows that I have a bad habit. You know, a bad nicotine habit. My daughter has asked me not to fire her up on screen, and I agree with her because I don't want other kids picking it up and nothing else. So I will walk off screen for that, and I'll stand behind so I can read the chat and to where I can watch everything. And I'll try to be as fast as I can. But right now, we got to get batteries. It's gonna be hard to watch the rods if we can't see the rods. All right, all right. Old batteries coming up. We're gonna start with the orange one since it's already cutting out. Here in a second, after I get this done, I think I need to check this blue rod. Since we got that hit earlier, I don't think he got that head off there, but don't hurt to check it. Does not hurt to check it. We are back blowing. And I tell you what, man, this purple rod, these purple lights, they hum loud. You can actually hear them humming. It's the only one that sets out of all of them that does it. Yeah, last night when I was down here, because the water's way up right now, and last night when I was down here, I was literally sitting down here about 6 foot down further than what I am tonight. The water came up quite a bit again. It's supposed to start going down here soon. I prefer to have it where it's at right now, more of a flood stage than I do being all the way down. I mean, I don't like it being as high as it is, but I like it to be higher than their normal. I seem to do better when the water's up a few feet. So, and the good thing about these rechargeables is they're a little bit fatter than the regular batteries, just a hair. And this blue rod, I used to have to stick a piece of paper between the batteries to keep it working. And with these rechargeables, I don't have to do that. They stay together and it stays on even when I get a bite. Purple rod is the only one that gives me any issues now. Which bites, but it is what it is. All right, what you get going here? he's out. This is blue one's out there where I wanted at in the flathead hole. Anybody that wasn't in there last night, I'll tell you what's going on here. Get my batteries and move them out of the way so I don't lose them. Anybody that wasn't in here last night, the reason why this is my flathead hole is because right here off to the side where this tree's sitting at, I'll try to see it light it up. You can see the tree right here. Right over here in front of this tree is about probably close to 10 total of these trees that are laying in the water, where they washed out and fell out into the water. And they are all still connected to the bank, and they've been there for years. And there's a lot of flatheads in them. Big Mike, what is up, brother? I'm sorry to hear that, Mike. I would say it's slow here, but I can't say that. This is the Ohio River. It's always slow. It's actually been a good bite for the last 2 days, because with them taking all the fish out of here the way they normally do, like they did and like they always do, it's if you catch 3 fish a night like I did last night, that's a good night. That's a good night on the Ohio River. And the fact that I've already put one on the bank, even if I don't catch any more, which I'm knock on wood, or whatever I can knock on hard to make sure that don't happen. But I got a fish first 15 minutes in. You can't beat that. Oh, sorry to hear that. 2 hours for no bites. I lucked into a dink, which is all we're going to get right now is dink, but because I think they're on spawn here on the river. But I hooked into a dink on a night crawler my first 15 minutes here, so I got lucky there. And I got a good bite on my blue one, which has got a small bluegill head on it. I am downsizing my baits, Mike. I know that's something we don't do. We normally throw huge baits. Last night on this purple rod, no exaggeration, I had an 8-pound blue and a 20-pound blue, both on a piece of bait the size of a nickel or smaller. No exaggeration. I was out there trying to catch whatever I can catch to use for bait, and I caught an 8-pound blue and a 20-pound blue less than 50 feet out. So I changed my rods around after I realized that they was all in that close, and I threw them out about 50, 55 feet out in front of me, and sure enough, caught another one. So yeah, right now I'm thinking small baits is the way to go. Now I would have cut bluegill on got live bluegill and cut crappie. Yeah, I'm catching them on cut bait. I don't have no luck with live bait. I mean, this is my flathead hole. This literally, if you take a boat over this area right here, it looks like it looks like a beaver dam, because it is. There's a beaver dam, and I got a big beaver that comes through here. Actually, a family of them that come through here, and they made a dam on top of all them logs. But all of that's it's all debris right there, and then flatheads are thick in there. The problem of it is I've got so many blues in this water that the flatheads won't attack live bait. I've had live baits out there for 12 hours straight and never get a bite. Turn around, put a piece of cut bait out there, flathead. So right now I've got this blue one casted out. I casted it out about 50 feet, 60 feet, and it let it drift. And I let it drift before I let it set. I let it drift all the way down into that wood pile to where it's right there by the flatheads. Now last night I hooked into a 20 pound plus flathead. Last night I could tell by the way he was pulling on the blue rod right off the bat. Within the first 45 minutes of being here, I hooked into a 20 plus pound flathead. He got me right up by the bank, and there's a debris, a bunch of debris sitting here. He ran me right into the debris and spit the dang hook. And I got stuck in the dang debris and had to bring up a stick with it. It was a nightmare. I was that haunted me. That's gonna haunt me in my sleep when I go to sleep. Okay. Now is the water up or is it down up there, Mike? It should be up, ain't it? I know we're up 26 feet right here where I'm at right now. 28 by the end of the night, which is what I gotta watch because I got my net right there by the water, and this water is gonna rise a little bit, but I'm 5 foot up on the bank, so maybe 6 foot up on the bank from away from the water, so it can't reach us. And I think we're going about to have our first barge for the night, y'all. Okay. Well, then you should be getting bites. But then again, most of the blues are. If I know y'all's weather's almost identical to ours, I think all of our blues are going on the beds. All of our blues, I think, are going on the beds right now. So I don't know. Make sure his phone's charging. That's the issue I had last night. Okay, just making sure. Thank you, John. Skull Rush. What's up? It's Deja Vu, brother. We already put one on. We already put one in at first 15 minutes in. We in the exact same spot, but we a little higher than what we was last night. I'm talking we probably 6 foot higher up on the bank. But it is what it is, y'all. I'm trying to keep his camera from bouncing. I gotta scroll up because for some reason this chat decides to stop a lot, and I miss a bunch of people coming in. I miss a bunch of comments and stuff, so it kind of gets on my nerves, y'all. I can't stand missing comments and missing people coming in, and I can't stand having this plastic around my dang monster either. There we go. Put that in my bag because I don't want it going in the water. Yeah, speaking of that, this live is sponsored to you by the guy that was cutting the grass at the school today. I've been so broke I can't afford to pay attention. I was walking home last night or this morning, and somebody dropped those these little plastic balls that are about the size of your fist. They're hollow. They're like purple, green, orange, blue. It's like one of the ball pits that you can play in. They had a whole tote full of them, and I looked at them. I'm like, you know what? I might be able to use those for something, because I can cut them in half and use them for lights and stuff, color lights in the house or whatever. So I stopped to pick some up, and he was out there cutting grass, and he was out there picking up the trash, and I was sitting there. I said, "Man, I try to help you out, brother." I said, "I try to pick up some of these balls and get rid of them for you." He goes, "Yeah." He goes, "I've been dealing with them a lot." I said, "Yeah, I heard that." I said, "They dumped about 100 of them out here." He said, "Yeah, I done picked up about 70." I said, "Well, I just picked up about 25 of them, so you should be having less out here." He goes, "You want to make 20 bucks?" I said, "What?" I said, "What I got to do?" He said, "You see that concrete pillar down there?" I'm like, "Yeah." He goes, "Take these grippers and walk down and pick up the trash from here to that wall. That way I don't run over anything." 10 minutes later, I made 20 bucks. So this live is sponsored by him. Now I heard a barge down there, but I'm not seeing him anywhere. I am not seeing him anywhere. And I don't know why this thing looks so bright. It's not running my battery down, so it can't be, the light can't be that dang bright, but it looks like it's shining on the water, which is what I don't want to happen. Let me turn the light and turn the camera. I want to keep the rods on the camera on the rod, camera on the rods, but I don't want the light to be in there. There we go. That's better. Yeah, because I'm sitting there looking and I can see the edge of the water shining. And anybody that wasn't in here last night, let me give y'all a taste of stuff. Y'all ready? This is what it looks like out here without a light. You cannot see 2 inches in front of you. There is no street lights. There's no nothing for miles. Pitch black, nothing. And all these fish are used to that. So when I shine that light in the water, it actually affects them here. This camera don't want to stay stationary. Sorry, y'all. Trying to make sure y'all get a good clear picture of them rods. But yeah, this, seriously, they do not like the light up here. Well, they do. They like the, thank you, Andy. We found out last night they like the Duggar alien landing lights. The light that I got when I got my remote with me can go to a strobe type thing, and I had to hit the lights like the rods like this. Excuse me. And it was flashing for a few seconds. A few minutes later, it was just rod was gone. Yeah, lights out. We did that last night, man. We honestly did that last night. Steve sit there and said, made the comment. He goes, "Man, if you had better luck in the total darkness," he said, "we could see the rods good. Just go ahead and turn the light out and chill in the dark, man." He said, "We could see them rods." And I'm like, "Yeah, I know." And so I turned off the light for a few minutes, and then we had a barge come through, and I was like, "Well, I got to turn them back on now because I got to find out where his wake's going to be." Because I was literally, last night, every time a barge come through, my feet got wet. I was that close to the bank. And of course, one come through, I'm like, I got to turn this light back on, y'all. I got to see where he's at. But we shouldn't be shining too much light. I mean, right now we're shining quite a bit of light on the water, and I don't understand how, but we shouldn't be shining too much light on the water right now because this ring light is the only light I got on up here. I turned the other lights off, and I'm actually, like I said, I'm I'm sitting on a hill 6 foot above the bank, above the water. I was trying to talk and getting confused because that dang car running through here. They get on my nerves with that. Well, it's probably a bike. If anybody's not used to coming in my lives, you will hear drag racing quite often. I have a main highway behind me. It's not even a highway, it's just a main street. Um, they call it a highway, but everybody decides to use it as a drag strip. They decide to use it as a drag strip, and I'm like, I'm glad they got the money to waste on that gas. I was talking about that last night because I got a restaurant behind me that has car shows, and they come in here all souped up. And I'm talking big V8s with blowers and everything else, and then they'll get out there and start revving up the engine for like 10 minutes and shaking the ground. I'm like, buddy, you just wasted $35 worth of gas. I'm glad you got the money to waste gas like that because that's ridiculous. My truck gets 8 miles to the gallon on a good day, and I don't even want to start it because I know for a fact that's going to be a gallon of gas just to start that thing. Ernie Brown, what is up, brother? We back at it. Deja Vu. Got a fish on the bank first 15 minutes. About a little dink, about 5, maybe 6 pounds. Caught him on the purple rod, of course, but this time on Nightcrawler. Only thing we did different than we did last night is I started off at 50, 60 foot out instead of about deep. I started out up close. And actually, here in a minute, since I'm not getting the action I was getting the other night or last night, um, I'm going to take this blue rod and I'm going to give it a good zing on out there to see if they're out there any deeper tonight. I need to have one rod that I can use to scout. I got the orange rod about 50 foot out, well about 50 foot now because I'm up 6 foot higher up on the hill than I was last night. Water come up that much and I'm 6 foot up higher. But I've got this rod out about 50, 60 feet. Orange rod's out 50, 60 feet with a piece of with a piece of bluegill on it. And this one's out 50 or 60 feet, and I got it drifted towards the flathead hole. It's done got hit twice. First time was a decent hit. The second time was just a baby tap. But I need to probably check that one and maybe even put it out further. Because the water's warmer today. The temperature of the outside air is probably 6 degrees warmer than what it was yesterday. Or today we had more sun than what we had. I mean, we had full sun all day instead of being cloudy like it was last night. And the water come up about a foot, 2 foot. So it's a little bit different conditions, not much, but just a little bit different conditions. So I want to make sure that I explore all my options and find out where they're going to be located at. Because I don't want to just go by what I did yesterday and say, well, it worked yesterday, it's going to work today, because that doesn't always work. Sometimes you got to try different things, you know. Got, like I said, rod was out for less than 15 minutes. We had our first one on the purple rod. It ain't got a hit with Nightcrawler. It hasn't got a hit since. So, you never know. Certain things are different. The current's a little different tonight. It's still ripping pretty good, but all that debris we had last night or this morning is gone. I don't see no debris. And the current actually looks like it's slowed down to about, last night it was about 10 miles an hour when we got started. Then it got up to 20. Now it's back down to 10. I don't know all the knots and all the other stuff, so I'm just going to go by. If you see it something moving down the river, you can go by about how many miles an hour it's going. Last night it started off at 10. It wound up at 20. We didn't get no fish after it hit 20. Well, we got that small little dink, but other than that, we didn't get anything. Not even bites. And then we had all that debris come through. When they opened up the locks, they pushed all that down here, and we started having all that. Well, tonight, apparently they got the locks closed, or at least shut down a little bit, because all the debris that was coming through here last night's not here, and the current's not moving as fast as it was. So it's got to be, I got to try different things. I did put my wish out there for y'all. We'll see what happens with that one. And I was hoping I was going to keep this jacket off tonight. I ought to put the jacket on, zip it up. My issue is that I started liking using my No Pro in my videos. Even though the sound quality, me talking as loud as I'm talking right now, sounds all distorted and sounds like somebody screaming into it. That's why I call it a No Pro instead of a GoPro, because it's a generic action camera. It has no external mic settings or nothing else. And if you talk at this level, it sounds like you're screaming into the microphone. Even though it sounds like crap, the video quality is real nice, and I like it. And I like those close-ups. So I'm trying to use my No Pro, and then last night I kept on realizing every time I go to get a fish, my jacket, I know y'all can't see that, but every time I go get a fish, my jacket would be like this. So I didn't get much footage last night because of it. As a matter of fact, I'm going to put my jacket on, take the No Pro off, put my jacket on, and then put the No Pro over top of the jacket. Because I didn't have to take the jacket off last night. The only reason why I took it off today is because it was hot carrying all that gear down here. I had to take a breather. Had to take a breather. Oh, the only other difference is I changed my shirt, y'all. Duggar, what is up, brother? Deja Vu, buddy. We doing the same thing we did last night. I already got one fish on the bank. About up to 5 to 6 pounds. About at 15 minutes in, almost exactly 15 minutes in. On the purple rod on Nightcrawler. All right. Now I gotta figure this crap out again. Yeah, that's right. Now I did try to get another video from the creek while I was out there, y'all, but that didn't work. Them fish was not biting to do anything, and all it was a nightmare. I even got to the point I even took my GoPro off, or my NoPro off, and turned my camera off and stopped recording. I'm like, it ain't even no sense in it. Ain't no sense in it whatsoever to try to even have any of this stuff on. I'm getting a bite from a bluegill every 25 minutes. There ain't no sense even having this gear on, because all that's going to do is make it harder for me to edit stuff later when I got 20-minute videos to catch a little bluegill. So, and I had a good intro for the video. First time because anybody that knows me knows I've had some strokes when I was younger, and that's one of the reasons why I get stuttered all the time. I've had some strokes, and it's like every time I go to do a video, even if it's only a few seconds long, the intro, I've got to redo it like 5 times, because I'm going to stutter and mess it up. I got to do the intro at least 5 times. Be dang if I didn't get out there with my camera. I had my giant selfie stick out there, held that thing up, did my intro, perfect the first time, had everything out right the way I wanted to say it, perfect quality, best intro I've ever done, and then I'm not even going to use it. I done deleted it. Wasn't no sense of keeping it. But I changed out my shirt, so we might not have the luck we had last night. Last night I had my Lucky Palmetto Cast shirt on, and it seemed to bring us some luck. But now I just got one of my regular Dickie shirts on. Oh, come on now. Another issue with this NoPro. This thing does not hold a charge. Does not. No exaggeration. There's no charge. It does not hold any kind of charge whatsoever. When I got this thing, it come with 2 batteries. I've tried to charge both batteries, and you can record on it for maybe 5 minutes before the batteries go dead. Like I said, 5 minutes, then the batteries go dead. So I've got to keep it plugged into a power bank. So luckily, I got some of them little micro thin ones that you get from Walmart, and it will run this NoPro for about on standby for close to 6 hours. They'll keep it on standby if it's fully charged. All right, y'all. It's been 45 minutes. Bug smacked the camera. It's been 45 minutes since we got a bite. It's time to check these baits or do something. We ain't got a bite in 45 minutes. It's time to move it around. I can't go moving spots because there ain't no other spot to go to for 26 miles, 28 miles, but we got to do something. I'm not going to sit here without bites. When I'm not getting bites, I got to try to change something up. Hope that light don't blind y'all too much, but I'm going to need it so I can see what I'm doing. Start off by checking the crawler, make sure it's still on there. Because after I ended my live last night, I sat out here for about an hour talking to my wife and left the crawler out there trying to catch a carp or something. I wouldn't have to fight with the creek. And something's cleaned out my worm about 19 times. I mean, I would get a little peck, and then it was just gone. All right, I'm gonna put that one in a hair closer to that tree also, because there's a tree under the water out there, y'all. It's a full tree. I showed everybody in a video last night, at the live last night. There's a full tree that is underwater by, I say, probably 10 foot of it. 10 foot of the stalk is, or the stump, or whatever you want to call it, is underwater. The trunk, I'm sorry, the trunk. But yeah, about 10 foot of the trunk is underwater right now. I probably should check this one earlier, because all the crap with the purple rod tangling it up on it, but I didn't. Right. And I'm not going to be changing baits much, y'all, because like I said, I only managed to get 4 night crawlers. So unless I luck into some bait tonight, we're going to be stretching. But that thing's still good. It's still slimy and everything, so we are good. And these bluegill, you can't get more fresh than what they are. When I got here, give me a second, I thought I felt a rough spot in my line. I was about to freak out. When I got here, I had them in a Ziploc baggie, and 3 of them were still breathing. So you can't get no fresher than that. I literally caught them 2 hours before I went live. So they don't get no fresher. A blue rod's getting tapped. Blue rod's getting tapped, y'all. Acting like a flathead. Acting like a flathead. He's smacking it and letting it go. All we can do is wait for it to go down. And hopefully I don't scare him off when I go cast this and back out. But I'm not going to sit here without the rod in the water. I'm not going to do it. All that debris on here, man, makes it feel like there's a fray in my line or whatever. And I'm like, no, don't want no fray in my line. I ain't trying to lose a fish. All right, let's hope we don't scare him off, y'all, because I'm going to cast this back out there. And I was about to pull that one in next. Bring that up a little close. Should be good. Make sure it don't go rolling down, which it did. Oh well. It's stop. We're good. Alright, well I was going to check the blue one, but since it's getting hit, we're going to wait. I'm not grabbing that blue rod until we get a bite or something, because we just got a hit on it. So 5-minute warning time, y'all. Or 5-minute waiting time. Anytime I get a bite, I won't touch it for 5 minutes. Just in case he comes back. If he ain't come back and forth for 5 minutes, I gotta check the baits and recast it and see what's going on. See if I missed anybody coming in. Nope. Andy, you're the man. You are. I tell you what, I appreciate everybody for coming in here the way they have. Last night I had one of the best streams I've had in a long, long time. I know that people was sitting there saying they wasn't getting notifications when I was going live, but I tell you what, they literally, last night was probably one of the most successful lives I've had in a long time. Made me feel good about myself again. Made me feel like oh, purple rod, purple rod, purple rod. He's on there, I think, y'all. He's on there. He's on there. Fish on, y'all, fish on. I knew it was coming. I knew it was coming. I saw that rod get hit like it did. See if I keep him away from my orange rod this time. Oh, he's over top both my rods, y'all. He's over top both my rods. Son of a buck. I don't know how he got all over there that quick. I don't know how he got over there that quick. He literally, I was casted over here. I was casted over here. Oh, crap. Now, see, I wish I could get over there and land him over there so I ain't got to keep on fighting with my orange rod, but it ain't going to happen that way, y'all. He's got my orange rod tangled like crazy. That's all right. Well, we'll deal with it. Oh, crap. Real pretty slick down here, y'all. Fish in the net. Fish in the net, y'all. Yeah, he's got my blue rod, my orange rod tangled up again. Hey, looks like it's the same way it was earlier, where, yeah, I can walk around. Give me a second, y'all. I'll walk it around. I'll probably have to recast that orange rod, but it's all good. We got a fish on the bank, y'all. Number 2. On that night crawler, y'all. Steve, what's up, brother? That's my good luck brother right there. Wanna be? Matt, how's it going, brother? Give me a second. I'm sorry y'all can't see me pull them in because water's so far down or up, but I've actually got to go down this hill by at least, actually I do want to turn it this way a little bit so y'all can see something. I've got to go down this hill, good 6 foot down this hill to land these fish. So give me a minute, I'm gonna get him unhooked and then I'll show him to the camera and let him go. I ain't got one worth weighing yet today, y'all. If they ain't over 5 or 6 pounds, I'm not gonna weigh them. That ain't no sense in it. There ain't no sense in it whatsoever. He is twisting my net all up. He's got his head so far twisted in my net, y'all. Y'all ain't gonna believe that. I mean, you wouldn't believe it. I don't know what he's doing. I don't know if I'll get this net off him or not. Give me my hook back. Come on. You already got my net all messed up. I don't know what you did there, buddy, but you did it to yourself. I did not ask you to get tangled in the net. I probably shouldn't have worried about a net. I probably should have just slung him up here, but I'm trying to be more respectful, and he's still spinning. You ain't learned yet, have you, buddy? You have not learned yet. All right, get the pliers out because you got that all twisted and discombobulated. Come on. Man, he ain't giving that hook up. He ain't giving that hook up. It's like he wants that sucker, it's in his bottom pad, and then it's coming out. Barely got it out, y'all. All right, y'all. Here we go. Another fishy. He's a small one, but we take it. All righty. Let's get it on that back out of here. Now I gotta go back down here into the danger zone. There he goes. Luckily, it's all mud right here because he has to slide down that hill a little bit because I can't get close enough to the water. I gave him his body in the water, and then after I get his body in the water, I let him slide on out the rest of the way. All right, y'all. It's gonna take me a second because I gotta get this net undone. He got this thing all twisted, discombobulated. Man, this is why I don't use nets, y'all. Eventually, I'm gonna be able to afford to buy me a. Eventually, I'm gonna be able to afford to buy me a dang sling, and I'm gonna get rid of that net. Everybody that knows how I fish knows I prefer to jump in the water and get them. I prefer to jump in that river and get a big fish over taking a net to them. But I gotta have a net to weigh them because it does aggravate me, and it seems to aggravate everybody else when you lift them big fish by the jaw. I know it bothers me, and I know it bothers everybody else, so I don't do it. That's the only reason why I brought the net, because most of these fish, like that one, I can drag him up the bank. I got 30-pound line with a 40-pound with an 80-pound leader. I'm sorry, 60-pound leaders, no, y'all. 60-pound, not 80. 60-pound leader. I can pull these fish on up this bank. I just checked my hook to make sure it wasn't having any marks in it from me having to use the pliers, but it's good. So we're gonna throw it back out there. Throw me another night crawler on there, y'all. I couldn't ask for more that it be a night crawler night. I can promise you that now, because I brought a whole bunch of night crawlers, and I want to use them up because I don't want them going to waste. I had the ones I had when we did John's tournament. I had them in my refrigerator in the garage. Had the temperature turned down real low. They should have lived. They didn't. They lived probably about about 3 days, 4 days. They lived 3 or 4 days, and then they all died. And that was probably close to 30 night crawlers. Just wasted. I need to build me a night crawler bed, but I ain't done it yet. Alright, let me check and see what the orange one's at. Alright, I'm gonna recast the orange one, then I'm gonna check this blue one, y'all. Give me a second. I wish they quit running into this orange line. Oh, y'all hear that splash? That splash was a fish chasing my dang bait. I had and it was a cat chasing my dang bait. All right, right there's where I want to be at. See if it'll sink. It's all the way on the bottom. Let's see, let it see if it'll settle there. All right, and it's still no, yeah, it's still drifting for some reason. All right, well let me check this blue one again. Or check it anyway. Not again, but check it because I didn't get to check it earlier. We got plastic on the line, but that's about it. Get off of the stick. Get off the stick. I'm so tired of taking all this plastic home from the river, y'all. I'm gonna have a whole trash can full of just that. But when I empty out my bag in my garage, I got a little garbage can in there, and it's about full of this crap. Alrighty, get some of that debris off there. Put that up there so I can take it with me. Alright, let me check this. Some more debris. Let me check this piece of bait. Still looks good. Ooh, still smells like fresh bluegill. We good. Alright, I'm gonna sacrifice this rod for about an hour, y'all. And when I say sacrifice it is I'm gonna put it out here. It's got between an 8 and 10 ounce sinker on it. So I'm gonna put it out in the depths out here and see if there's any out deep. This is the only one I'm gonna put out deep since all the fish are getting caught up close. It's still dropping on the bottom. And then it's gonna settle for a minute. It's gonna take a minute to settle because the current's still ripping too much out there. It's gonna carry it that direction for a good minute. All right, we settled in. All right. But yeah, I'm gonna sacrifice that rod and put it out deep just in case. Man, them purple lights are already dim again. I got to find out how to get them batteries taken care of. Fish and Trucker, what is up? Did I miss anybody else? Trucker, same thing as was last night. Almost exact same setup. We're 4 foot or about 6 foot higher up on the wall than we was last night. Uh, Both orange rod and blue rod have cut bluegill on them, and purple rod has nightcrawler. I've done hook 2 on nightcrawler so far tonight, so it might be a nightcrawler type night. The problem of it is the batteries on this purple light do not want to stay on, so I'm probably going to have to take it apart and see if I can make them pull it apart, take my knife and stick it in there and see if I can bend them prongs up or something to make the thing rechargeables work. Yes, it does. That purple rod always gets the nightcrawler. It's the lightest action rod I got, so I got to use it with nightcrawler. Still got that same size 6 hook on it. I just keep it that way because you never know when the bait's going to be running, you know. I keep it in close. I got to take my net back down here where it's supposed to be at, y'all, because I can't come back up on the bank. Way down here. Put my grippers right here. Where I got my stuff where I need it at. But yeah, I mean, it's like, you never know when a carp's going to come by or anything else and suck up. Stephen Corley, how's it going? You don't know when that, when a carp or something's going to come by and suck on that dang night crawler. So I always keep a hook small enough to hook a carp with a night crawler on it. Now, towards late summer, because usually during, well, I would say beginning of fall, the end of summer, late fall, or end of summer, beginning of fall, I won't put out a night crawler rod usually. You know, in spring, when it very first starts, and then before they get on the beds, and right before they go start slowing down, I run just strictly big baits. I'm talking huge baits. That's why I got these 12-aught circle hooks, because I'll run a bluegill, a piece of bait the size of my hand. Because the big ones are out trying to stuff themselves before they get on. Big one out there by where my blue rod's at. Yeah, it is a question. Did you get done tilling, Ernie? I'm proud to say I've got my whole garden done, except for my potatoes are still not in the ground. I checked on them today, and they're still in the closet trying to seal up because I cut them into pieces, and you got to let them dry out in a cool, dark place for 2 weeks. They still got about 3 more days of drying out before I put them in the ground. But other than that, everything else is in there. And I'm gonna step off camera for a second, y'all. Still wet, huh? I'm sorry, Ernie. That bites, man. I hate to hear that because, I mean, it's getting so late in the year already. I mean, it ain't late in the year, it's still early, but I mean, some plants need to be, will do better if they're already in the ground. I mean, I'm having an issue. Matter of fact, anybody that gardens, can y'all tell me, are y'all having an issue with y'all's cucumbers this year? That is one thing I want to know. I'll step down here so I can read the chat while I'm doing stuff, but yeah. Are y'all having any issues with y'all's cucumbers this year? Now, I start my cucumbers from seed every year. The camera's laying down. Hold on. Let me see what he said. My cousin is in Florida. Yeah. Ain't you gonna try to do a garden this year? I heard that. Arkansas, yeah, y'all get some weird weather up there. Either y'all dry for 3 months or it's just flooded, one of the two. There's no in between. It's always one or the other. Willie Dobson, what's up, brother? It's Deja Vu. We're doing the exact same thing we did last night in the exact same spot. And so far, we're getting the exact same results. Well, not the exact same because the fish tonight are a lot smaller. Both the fish I caught so far will barely push 5, 6 pounds. We ain't got no 8 and 20 pounder yet, but we got 2 on. I've been out live for an hour and a half. We already landed 2, both of them on that purple rod on Nightcrawler. We did get a good hit on the blue one already, so we working it. But yeah, if anybody's trying to grow cucumbers, let me know if they're having issues. Now, I know, granted my seeds are old. My seeds are about a year and a half old, 2 years old, but I've grown them like that before. Um, but I started my seeds. I start them in ground in the ground every year. I don't start shooters. Usually I start them strictly from seed. I planted my cucumbers 3 weeks ago, right after the last frost. They never came up. 2 weeks later, after they never come up, I planted another pack. I went and got a whole new pack of seeds, planted them, and they still ain't coming up. So I don't know if it's just me or if anybody else is having issues with their cucumbers this year. Everything else in mine is growing great. My tomatoes, no exaggeration, I started them from seed, um, all except for 2 of them. I started them from seed. They were already 16 inches tall or taller, and I've already started getting tomatoes on them. Already this year, getting tomatoes on it. That's what I do with my tomatoes and my bell peppers. Everything else I start outside because we get a long enough season here in Kentucky to grow. Um, Everything else is like, if you go with your, I'm trying to think of the different stuff that has an issue. There's quite a few. There's quite a few fruits and veggies out there that don't like their roots disturbed. If you disturb the roots, they won't survive. So it's better just to start them in the ground. And cucumbers are one of them. They don't like the roots to mess with. So I always just put them straight and start them from seed right in the ground. And I'll still get 50, 60 cucumbers per plant a year. But this year they ain't coming up yet. And it's kind of got me concerned. I mean, yeah, it's still early in the year. It's still early in the year, and I could still wind up putting, they could come up next month, and I could still get, 50 cucumbers off of all of them together. But I'm gonna be missing out on a lot of fruit. Well, I call them fruit, but I'm gonna be missing out on a lot of fruit off my plants if they don't come up for another couple weeks. And that's just the truth. Well, the bars we had earlier never come through, coming this way, so I don't know if he stopped down there or what. But we now have one coming the opposite way. So now it's time to watch the rods. Yeah, I mean everything else in my garden. My wife planted some radishes, and that's the thing. These radish seeds are stored in a big container, like a plastic shoebox that I got with all my seeds in it. The radish seeds are 4 years older than the cucumber seeds. She started them; they came right up. Everything else out of that box we grew came right up. My cucumbers did not budge. I mean, I've got tomato plants that come up from seed on their own. I've got 4 zucchini plants right now that are bigger around than a car tire, and I didn't even plant them. I actually got rid of 45 or 50 of them because we threw a big zucchini out there last year, and it took over. I mean, I'm still pulling out sprouts from zucchini out in my garden. But we're definitely going to get a lot of zucchini and everything else. My onions are doing good. I planted some onions. A lot of people are saying that they're not going to garden this year. I think this is a perfect year to garden with the price of food prices going up and the availability of stuff going up. We went we went crazy this year. Normally, I only grow peppers, tomatoes, and cucumbers. Those are the main things I focus on every year. That's the only things I ever usually care about. And my strawberries because I got strawberry plants and my fruit tree. But other than that, that's all I ever mess with. This year I've got onions. I'm going to put out potatoes. I've got beans. I got two different kind of green beans. I've got carrots. I've got radishes. I've got lettuce. I got Swiss chard. I got kale greens, which my kale greens are looking good. So yeah, I'm going overboard this year, man, with the food costs. I don't know about anybody else, about their states, but I tell you what, I'm dealing with the worst thing in the world here. Yeah, see, I started. That's another plant I'm having issues with, Matt. I like I've got severe acid reflux, and I'm actually missing one layer of my stomach from drinking alcohol when I was younger. Uh, so I can't eat anything spicy. But man, I love those tame jalapenos because you still get that jalapeno flavor, which is just beyond belief, but you don't get all that burn. Now I planted seven tame jalapeno plants this year. Chad, what's going on? Oh, orange rock. He's on there, y'all. He ain't going nowhere. Fish on. Barge fight, baby. Anybody that says barge fights don't happen, tell them to watch my life. Tell them to watch my lives. If they think barge fights don't happen, they can watch my lives. And they will find out they do happen. Alright, let's light this up a little bit, y'all. Now, I gotta see if I can get him around on my other rod. Looks like he's on my blue rod, my blue line. No, he missed my blue line. Alright, I'm gonna take him under. See if I can keep him off, y'all. Alright, let's get him on. Let's get him in the mix. Another dinking sign, y'all, another dinking sign. We'll take him. Oh, I hear you. I know you're mad. You're the one that bit the hook, buddy. I appreciate it, but you're the one that hit the bit the hook. Alright. He's probably the biggest one of the night, y'all, and he still ain't pushing. He still ain't nothing. He's probably the biggest of the night and still ain't nothing. But, you know what? We'll still take him. And I don't know how he got hooked backwards with a circle hook, but you know what? That's okay too. Man, what are they doing tonight, man? They are literally eating these hooks. I mean, getting them in their lips where you cannot get them out. Because I can always usually roll these circle hooks straight on out. But I tell you what, this one ain't budging. The last one didn't. Like they're sticking them in their skulls. Man, I bit my pliers trying to get this hook out. There we go. Now, I'm going to be nice, y'all. Even though I don't have much bait. Here I go. Another dinking side. But you know what? We take you. That's 3 fish for the night. I can't complain. Not in the Ohio River. That makes it a good night. Alright, let him go as best I can. Gone. He looked like a dolphin trying to dive out that water. Now, I know I'm low on bait, but he got that bait off, and I seen it in his mouth, down his throat. I could have took that bait back, but man, he earned it. I'll give it to him. I mean, I was touching the bait. I could have got it back out, but he earned it. Let him keep it. Yeah, I've been bent my pliers, y'all, trying to get these hooks out. I don't know what they're doing to get these hooks so far down in their gullets, but man, I mean, they're right there in the jaw where they're supposed to be with a circle hook. But I tell you what, it ain't no joke. They're burying them in their teeth pouches and stuff. Now I've got to see about finding another piece of bait and getting I'm gonna have to wait to put it back out for a few minutes until the weight stops. All right. And this is gonna be a joke, y'all. This is gonna be a joke. These are gonna be baby baits like it was last night, y'all. I'm telling you, I'm barely gonna get 2 baits, and these are gonna be 2 of the small baits. But it is what it is, man. This bluegill is so tiny, no exaggeration, y'all. This is half that bluegill. He's itty bitty. But you know what? The one we caught him on a minute ago wasn't much bigger. I'm saving my big ones for last. That way if they start biting these small baits like they did last night. Did my purple rod yet? In case they start biting these small baits, I got these big ones to cut up into more pieces. More pieces equal more fish. Alright, I'm going to leave that sitting hanging right there. Actually, I'm going to roll it up a little bit so I'm not dragging it in the grass and getting stuck. Man, that slime, he slimed that, man. Slimer. Now I'm going to have to wait a few minutes. I'm going to go ahead and turn this light down. Or turn it off, one of the two. I'm going to have to wait a minute or two for this wake to calm down. Do not have any bait rods. My bait rod is my purple rod. That is my bait rod. That's what I'm bringing it out here for, bait rod. So, it is what it is, though. And like I said, I can't complain, y'all. Granted, we ain't broke the 10-pound mark tonight yet, but I can't complain. Yeah, this purple rod, Andy, it's got a size 6, not a 6/0, a size 6 hook, itty bitty hook with nightcrawler on it. Usually, if there's any carp or anything like that in the area, they'll attack that nightcrawler in a heartbeat. Panama City, how's it going? Thank you for stopping in. Oh, but yeah, normally if the carp or anything's going to hit, they're going to hit the nightcrawler, which I do need to change them lights and batteries again on that purple rod. As soon as his wake dies down, we ain't even got hit by the wake yet. As soon as his wake dies down, I'm gonna get that orange rod back out. I don't want to cast out there while the wake's coming in because it's never gonna settle. And then I'm gonna try to work on these lights on this purple rod because I've got to get them rechargeable batteries to work. If not, we're never gonna have keep it going because it eats through them other batteries too quick. And I don't understand it. The first time I put rechargeables in it, it worked. Now it won't. And I don't know if the prongs are bent in there or something. So I'm going to take my bait knife and dig them out and bend them a little bit and see if it does anything. I got to do something. We got to be able to see these takedowns and stuff. And I got to remember to turn off this No Pro, y'all. Does see Cockeyed come in? Cockeyed, how's it going? We got 3 on bank so far. None of them over 10 pounds, but we'll take them. We've been live for an hour and 40 minutes and done landed 3, so I can't complain. Not on the Ohio River, y'all. Anybody that knows anything about the Ohio River knows 3 fish in 10 hours is a good night. So 3 fish in Hour 40 minutes, we'll take that. All right, well, let me work on these rods, y'all. I gotta get this orange rod back out. Yeah, 3 fish is 3 fish. I was out here last night, cockeyed. This is my Deja Vu. I was in the exact same spot. Last night I landed an 8-pound blue on his purple rod, then a 20-pound blue on his purple rod within 24 minutes apart. Both of them on pieces of bait the size of a nickel. Tonight I've done caught 2 on it with night crawl. So, but right now you can't even see it because it's not lighting up. Now I've got to fix that because I don't want to. I want to be able to see to do stuff with my dang rods. Now I'm gonna move this light over here, and it's not gonna stay lit with them cheap disposable batteries. All right. Apparently we ain't gonna get a wake from him for some reason. Normally we should have had the wake started, but it ain't coming. So if it ain't gonna happen, then I'm gonna go ahead and get this back out. Maybe we had the wake while we was landing the fish, and I just wasn't paying attention to it. That's a possibility. And I'm just gonna drop this out here about the same distance out as I got the purple rod. And that's what we're gonna do. That's where I caught the last fish at. They're all hitting a few feet in. I do have my blue rod out. It is out probably 60, 70 yards. The rest of them are all in close. The rest of them are in like 50 feet, 60 foot from the bank. Because that's where we got all our action at last night. That close to the bank was where all of our action come from. Alrighty. Let me clean off my bait knife. I got a stainless steel bait knife, so I normally stick it in the ground when I'm not using it to get all the fish guts and stuff off of it. It works pretty good and keeps it clean. All I gotta do is wipe the mud off of it usually. And usually I'll just dust it off and it comes right on off of it. Little cheap bait knife anyway. But let me get my batteries first. Let me find some rechargeable batteries first. I know I got all of them with me. Here's 2 right here. Here is 2 right here. Nope, never mind. Those are the 2 that was, no, these are 2 new ones, okay. Alrighty, so let me see if I can get this purple rod to work, y'all. I cannot handle keep on having to change these batteries out. Hopefully I don't miss a fish messing with it, but you know what? If we do, we do. Something's got to give. Because with me having to keep it as dark up on this bank as I do, it makes it a lot easier when I'm talking to everybody in the chat for me to see it in the camera if we get a hit. Plus, I like purple. It's my favorite color, man. Alright, where's my bait knife at? Alrighty. Now, don't try this at home, kids. I'm a professional. Can I see to get in there? That's the problem. If I can see to get in there, I'll be alright. Of course, this bait knife might be too big to get inside there to get this pulled out. Ta-dum! Alrighty, y'all, we got to take in rechargeables again. Now let's see how long it lasts with those. Because this one runs down batteries quicker than anything as far as the rest of them go. Alright, I need some more tape. The tape's too old. Too old and too wet. Alright. Copy, bud. Another big difference we have from last night. Last night, we didn't have no bugs. Tonight, we got bugs. And we got bugs. Only thing we had to deal with last night was a bat smacking my line. We didn't have no bugs like bothering us, but we had to deal with the bats. More tape than that. Ain't that tight. Of course, it is the purple rod. I might not want to do that. Them batteries might not last. It is pretty bright though, so it might. All right, y'all. Let's see if we can fishing. Let's do it. All the lines are tight. We golden, y'all. We golden. All right. 19 wonderful people in the house. Thanks everybody for stopping in. Local 252, what is up? We got 3 on the bank so far. Did I miss anybody else? All right. I'm hoping it is. It was last night. It was last night, Steve. Well, you was in here last night, Steve. I don't know if you come in at the beginning of the stream or not. First 45 minutes in, that blue rod got hit by, and I had about a 20 pound plus flatty on there. I know it was a flatty, command. He didn't flop and flip like the other ones. He just dove straight down. He was trying to drag it to the bottom. And I ain't felt a flatty fight that way in a long time. So I know he had to be every bit of 20 pounds. And that's on one of my flathead rods. And he fought me more than that 20 pound did on that purple rod. So yeah, he was definitely a 20 pound plus flatty. We're in the same place as we was yesterday, same baits, same rods, same rigs. Everything's the same that I had on last night. Only difference is we're 6 foot up the bank because the water come up a few feet. And on top of that, I didn't bring my remote, so I had to leave my light down here lower so I could turn it on manually. That's the only difference from last night. Because last night I could turn the camera and y'all could see. But unfortunately, I don't know of a way to put the camera up here unless I brought a shovel with me to where y'all can see me land the fish. It's just not possible. Because I had thought about that. If I could put the camera up behind me a few feet, then y'all should be able to see the water, the rods, and, well, I'm not worried about y'all seeing me, but y'all be able to see the water and the rods. But there's no flat spot up there. This chair is sitting on a hill like this. So all I can do is slide down this bank right here and hook them or net them and bring them up and show them to y'all. Yeah, we definitely need a flatty, y'all. I'm kind of disappointed because I'm in the flathead hole. I've caught more flatheads consistently out of this hole in this area right here than any other spot of the river. And 2 nights in a row, we're pulling in a bunch of blues. Kind of got me concerned because I know last year this whole area was so full of flatheads, it wasn't even funny. So I don't know if somebody's went in there and messed with that debris or what. I don't think they have because my beaver come through here last night. And that beaver is so huge, I've never seen a beaver that big. He is as big as me, and I can promise you right now, he come up on his bank, yeah, me and him be fighting to the tooth and nail because he's a big sucker. He might actually win that fight because he's a beast. But I've seen that same beaver out here. You can tell it's the same one because his colorations. I've seen him out here for years. Oh, one's wrong. Fish on, y'all. Oh, that's a better fish, y'all. That feels like a better fish. I need to turn my lights on. feels like a better fish, y'all. Oh, did he get off? Oh, that booger. Oh, he's on there. Never mind, I thought he got off, y'all. I thought he got off. He ran in towards me. He's a better one, y'all. He's not a beast, but at least as far as I can tell, he ain't no beast, but he's better. We might weigh him. He might break the 10-pound mark. I'm trying to keep him out of my lines here. And I just caught my own line. On that line. If my line will go back out, we'll be good. Then I won't be tangled up in it. He's gonna hit it anyway, I guarantee it. Alrighty, I got him past the lines, y'all. Let's see what I can do. Yep, I didn't want to hit that light because I knew as soon as I turned that light on, he was gonna do that. Yeah, he might break the 10-pound mark, y'all. I'll get him in the net and weigh him, and then we'll pull him out and show everybody. And that was up close like always on the little bitty baby piece of bluegill. I showed you how small that piece of bluegill was. That's what they was hitting us on last night too. Yeah, I'm gonna have to catch him, reel him in a little bit further, y'all. Give me just a second. I wish y'all could communicate with me and talk. That way, if I get another bite, I know. All right, fish in the net, y'all. Yeah, he gonna break the 10-pound mark. All right, we're gonna start off with weighing him, and then we'll pull him out of the net. Now we weighed the net last night. Where's my scales? I know I didn't pull them out yet. There they are. Now we weighed these scales last night, this net last night. I'm gonna go ahead and get the hook out of his mouth so we ain't weighing the weight itself, which is only 3 ounces, but we weighed the scale, the net last night. It weighs 1.15 pounds is what it weighs in. Man, I just had him lip hooked. I mean, he is barely even lip hooked. Well, he hooked a little better than I thought he was. All right. Let's try to see what we can do, y'all. Turn this on, it's zeroed out. Lock in. You don't want to lock in now. What the heck? Now that's the first time I've ever seen these scales not lock in almost immediately. All right. Right at that 10-pound mark, y'all. He ain't quite there, but you take off at 1.15 pound, he's right under. So we'll take him, y'all. We will take him. I knew he felt better. I'm not okay. My grippers are down here. All right. Come here, booger. I'll let you go. I'm gonna get you out of the net. We're gonna let you go, buddy. Is that good with you? Good with me, okay? Thank you for playing. Yeah, he's a lot nicer. Yeah, he's a lot nicer, y'all. So, we're gonna let him go. See if we can get another one. Come on, quit fighting with me. Go ahead. They're getting on my nerves with that stuff, y'all. Them trying to roll and everything else with them grippers in my hand. Now my good grippers broke. They could spin. The good grippers broke, you could spin them. And he gone. Alright, y'all. Let's recast this night crawler. Because he hit this line and moved this line from where I wanted it at. Oh, I'm glad we did recheck this night crawler. Something been down there sucking on it. It done pulled almost that whole night crawler off that hook. Heck, that crawler's still alive though. So I'm gonna put him on back out there. At least he ain't waterlogged. Alrighty. We should be in the spot we need to be in. Make sure they're gonna drip down. If it does, I'm going to recast it, because if I don't, it'll get tangled up in the orange line again. No, it's staying stationary. We're good. All right, y'all. Let me cut another piece of bait. Let me turn my bait light on. Turn this one off. That's my bait cutting light right there. We're gonna run out of bluegill, y'all. We're gonna run out of bluegill. I'm saving my biggest one for last, though. I still got heads over here. They're hitting that body section, so that's what I'm putting out. And I'm gonna see if I can't get 2 body sections off of this one, since they're hitting them small baits. Because that last one hit a bait about the same size I'm putting back out there, so we're gonna see if we can't duplicate. See if we can't duplicate. What I wouldn't give for us to hook up about a 3-pound carp right now, y'all, on that night crawler. Boy, I was going to zoom that out there too, boy. And I thought about it. I was like, no, I'm going out too far. Now, I didn't wish for a carp or anything. That's probably what I should have wished for. I didn't wish for a bait fish. I wished for one fish in particular. And Lisa, how's it going? Tony Harrison, how's it going? Dale Hayslip, how's it going? This thing done stopped scrolling again. That makes what, 4 fish, y'all? I guess what, 4 fish for the night already? Or is it 3? If anybody can remember, let me know. Yeah, if anybody can remember how many fish we're up to, I think that's 4. Yeah, it's 4. Thank you, Duggar. You know I suffer from CRS. So, I ought to get me one of them clickers. Actually, I usually don't need them clickers. Normally, I can count all the fish I catch on 2 fingers. Because, yeah. Normally, out here, like I said, the Ohio River, you don't catch fish like that. You don't have nights where you go out and catch 25, 30 fish anymore. Used to back in the day. Used to be able to catch 25, 30 a night. Used to be hot down here, like, well, not, I don't know about this part, but where I used to fish at when I was growing up. When I first started trophy catfishing. It was nothing to catch 20 fish a night. Nothing. It was hot like the Potomac River. And then here comes the commercial fishermen. And then we started having fish kills from the bourbon factories and stuff on Kentucky River. and everything else washing down in the Ohio River and everything else. So yeah, we've had a lot. Plus the tournaments. Oh, Purple Rod, y'all. Purple Rod just smacked. But yeah, I mean, we with all the extra tournaments, all the fishing pressure on this river, and I try to explain to a lot of people from the Potomac, I'm glad they've got. It's not being jealous, trust me, because I used to have the same thing they got. I'm glad they've got a good fishery, and I hope they take advantage of it while they can. But you do have states like Maryland that want you to kill them fish. So when they decide that they've had enough and they want to kill them fish off, they're going to deal with the same thing we're dealing with, which is a nightmare. It is a nightmare. I cannot stand the fact of what they've done to this river, you know. And all it takes is what I've been doing, releasing them. And I'm not going to sit here and lie to y'all and say I'm giving them a gentle release. I can't. Okay, there's no way for me to get down the water. I'm stretching the net all the way down to the tip of it and holding it with the tip to get them. I've got to put them on a piece of mud and slide them into the water. But they're going in that water, they're swimming away like maniacs, so they're fine. I'm not throwing them, I'm not bouncing them down the hill. I'm putting them this far away from the water, and then they can slide in the rest of the way, and that's about as close as I can get them to the water. So, I mean, you know, that's all it takes for you to put the fish back in the water. Take care of the fish in that water. And there's a lot of rivers that's going to wind up suffering because of people not putting the fish back in the water. You know, they've done fished out the Ohio River so bad, commercial fishing, that they're already starting to hit the Mississippi, and they're starting to hit a lot of people, a lot of other rivers. I mean, what's going to happen when they start running out of those rivers? You know, they're just going to continue going to another one. I mean, Creole's doing with it right now. Creole's been having uh, purple rod's bouncing again. That looks like a drum or a carp fight right there because it's going like this. Um, couldn't get lucky enough for a big carp. Oh my god! But yeah, Creole's done said that they've got a lot of commercial fishermen up there, so they're traveling that far to get them fish to put in these Ohio and Kentucky pay lakes. They're traveling as far as they have to get all these fish because they've done killed these waters. They've done killed these waters. So now they got to move on to other places. I hate to see it. I do. Now I will argue with everybody, and I might make a few people mad about this. There is a time and a place for a pay lake. Um, Disabled people, especially veterans, which is this weekend's all about the veterans anyway. Some of them can't get down to these banks where I'm at right now. Can't. There's no way. So pay lakes are their only option. But taking the fish out of the river and all the rivers to put in these pay lakes isn't an option. It's not. For one, you're misleading the people because 99.9% of people that go to pay lakes will tell you they do not know that the fish in the pay lakes come from the river. They don't know. I don't know why my brother-in-law was trying to call me. He knows I'm out fishing. Yeah, I mean they have some, but to the extent that we have out here, they take literally on average they take at least 2 tons of fish out a week. 2 tons of fish out a week out of this water, and they've been doing it for years and years and years and years. And they don't just take the babies. They don't just take the 5 pounders, 6 pounders, the dinks. Because if they was just taking the dinks, it wouldn't be no big deal because we'd still have our big breeders. They take the big breeders. I personally know of 7 pay lakes in Louisville that have what they call a trophy lake. Every fish in that lake is 40 pounds plus. They even brag they've got some 100-pounders in there. They all come from this river. When you take them big fish out of this river, it kills the ecosystem. Just kills it. Because there's no fish big enough to breed. How are you going to repopulate the water when you're taking all the breeders out? But they don't care. They're in it for a quick buck. They're not worried about what it's going to do 20 years from now. They're just worried about what they're going to get this week on their paycheck. And Kentucky Fish and Wildlife, I'll call them out. Matter of fact, I'll turn the camera so they can see my ugly mug. Matter of fact, I'll call them out too. The game wardens here in Kentucky, from Kentucky Fish and Wildlife, I've seen them at a boat dock with a boat loaded full of fish, even though they have regulations to where certain, I think it's like anything 25 pounds and over has to be put back. Okay, they started a bunch of different regulations. It might be less than that now. I've sit there and watched the game warden talk to these people, watched them pull out 45 and 50-pound fish out of that boat and put it in their tank. And he sit there and laughed and talked to them the whole time they was doing it. Now, there's the issue right there. I don't know if they're paying them off, which they probably are, but something's got to give. You know, I can't go fishing without a fishing license, or I get a $250 fine. They take everything I got, including my vehicle, whatever I got with me. Now, I don't know about anybody else, but you would think being a commercial deal, that'd be a hefty penalty. I mean, you'd have to get penalized pretty heavy for being a corporate company, you know. And they're taking out fish way over a legal limit, and the game wardens are letting them do it. Heck, Roger from Muskrat Adventures come out and put a video on it. If anybody's seen that, they need to go check it out. He was sitting there talking about people going live here in Kentucky, and it's in Indiana, Kentucky, and Ohio, whatever, wherever it connects to the Ohio River. He's been talking to them. He told them, make sure your location's off on your phone and everything else, because the commercial fishermen are tracking down the YouTubers to find out what the spot they're fishing in, so they can go in there and get their fish. That's pretty shady. But that's what we deal with, y'all. That's what we deal with. But the main thing what I said about the pay lakes is I don't have an issue with the pay lake. There's a lot of people that benefit from them. My uncle used to use pay lakes all the time and everything else. But just like me, and I didn't know up until about 3 or 4 years ago, and I'm going to be honest with y'all, I did not know up until 3 or 4 years ago where they got those fish. I was literally under the impression that they was farm-raised fish. And now I look back and it gets me angry, because I was always told they was farm-raised fish. Well, if I wanted to eat nasty river fish, I come down and catch them. Y'all see that? Almost every one besides one today's been an eater. You know, it wouldn't be nothing for me to come down and get fish. But I don't want this nasty, polluted, river fish. I'd rather have farm raised. So for years, I was eating fish out of the pay lake under the assumption that it was farm raised. And half these other people are doing it too. So until that stops, until the world realizes that what's really going on, we're never going to make a change. And I don't know how many more rivers are going to suffer before we make a change. We got another barge coming through, y'all. Maybe we'll get another barge bite. I know one thing. I need to get my butt up, even though my legs are just throbbing and I don't feel like moving. But being on my feet for almost 48 hours. Well, I'm on about 43 now. We'll say, let's see, 2 hours, about 42 hours. Right at 42 hours that I've been on my feet. or at least up. I ain't been on my feet because I can't be on my feet for more than an hour without falling over. Um, Something to do with my equilibrium or whatever. I don't know, but that's why I'm not being able to work. But if I'm standing up for more than an hour, I get lightheaded, dizzy, start walking sideways. So I got to sit down and regroup. But I need to get up my butt out of this chair and move this net and move this thing grippers. Because if I get a fish, I'm tripping and I'm falling in this water. And unfortunately, y'all can't see the water, so y'all won't be able to see the blooper. If I've managed to keep bloopers off my channel, oh, getting a hit on the purple rod again, little taffy tap. I've been able to keep the bloopers off my channel for the most part, except for me sliding a little bit and getting a little fall or whatever, but no major bloopers on my channel for the last 2 years since I've been on YouTube. I'm trying to keep it that way. But if there's going to be a blooper, I want y'all to see every bit of it. I don't want y'all just to see me fall and hear me hit the water. I want y'all to see that. I want to record that because I want to show it to everybody. My kids will get a kick out of it. Oh. I think he's on there, y'all. He might be on there. He might have a carp or something. He sure smacked that rod good though, didn't he? He smacked that rod and bounced it like this and dropped it down in the rod holder further. Well, we're gonna watch him because he might grab that rod and run with him. Go on that line, see if I feel him. I don't feel nothing, so I mean, I think he hit it and quit it. I'm gonna leave it out there and see. This blue rod's bent pretty far though. And where you gonna leave him sit for a second, see what happens. I've got to get down here and move all this stuff before I trip over it. I'm gonna have to check that blue rod. There's got to be something out there on that purple rod. It's got to be a dink or something. A dink, a drum, or a carp, one of the two. Because I mean, it's still bouncing. That blue rod, I think it's hung up on something because it shouldn't be that tight. It should not be that tight. And it's not bouncing, so I don't think there's anything on there. I just think it's hung up somewhere. I just think it's hung up on something. Alrighty. Let me get out of the way so we can see the rods and I can wash the rods and go from there. So I'm gonna get a side angle of this purple rod to see what it's doing because it's acting real weird. There should be a fish on there the way it was acting, and there might be because it acts like with my carp. When I catch the carp down here and everything else, that's what it does. You'll see it bounce just the slightest bit every once in a while, but the fish will already be on it. But he just sits there. They just sit there and lay there. Straighten my camera up. Yeah, he's on there, thank y'all. That's either a drum or a carp bite. That's not a catfish bite. I'm praying it's a carp. Praying it's a carp. But I want him to be under 3 pounds. Andy, you're the man. And it's gonna get loud for a second, y'all. If it gets too loud, I'll mute it, but he's floating pretty good, so. But yeah, he's bouncing it like it's a carp. I probably should, when I wished on that star earlier, I probably should have wished for a carp. But I didn't. I wished for something else. Still not gonna tell nobody, so my wish can come true. Yeah, he's still pulling on it. He's got to be out there on it. He's got to have it in his mouth or something. He's got to have it in his mouth or something. But until I see him constant bouncing it nonstop, I'm not gonna mess with it. Till he takes it completely over or starts bouncing it nonstop, I'm not touching it. Like the blue rod. The blue rod might have just broke loose. The blue rod might have just broke loose from whatever it was hung up on or something, and move spots. Cause it'll once it breaks loose, it'll drip down a little bit. Let me get out of the way of the rod so we can see them, y'all. But if it breaks loose, it'll come like relax. Yeah, like I said, he's out there. He's on it. He's on it. No, he ain't. Really. Yeah, I'm telling you, that's most like a carp. He's sucking on it. He's done sucked that nightcrawler almost all the way off there. I'm gonna put a fresh piece on there, a fresh nightcrawler on there, and throw it back out there. Like I said, I got about 30 nightcrawlers with me. That should be good. I gotta use them up anyway so they don't die. Luckily, it's been cool enough out here at night to keep them alive. This is the second night in a row I brought these nightcrawlers out here, and they're still lively. Of course, last night, I didn't use but maybe 4 and didn't catch anything on them, so I'm trying to hurry and get it on here because I want to get it out before the wake hits me. If not, I gotta wait. If this weight comes in before I get it cast out, it's never going to settle. Hang it up on something? Yeah. A little closer to what I wanted, but no way to look. I know it, Steve. I know it. We've both been saying it. We've both been saying it. We're just waiting. He's tapping it, or it looks like there's a fish tapping it, pulling it loose and tightening it back up. It looks like it. All we can do is hope. I ain't got my first flatty this year. I'm still waiting on my first flatty. I don't care if he's 50 pounds or 5 pounds. I don't care. I just got to get a flatty on the board. I need to start writing down what I catch. I started doing it with first of the year. I want to write down and keep track of every fish I catch, including how many bluegill and everything else I catch, to find out how many fish I catch a year. We had a real late start on the catfish. We're catching up though. And I was hoping on getting that dang vehicle running this year, and I still don't know if I'm ever get that thing running. But I hope I'm getting it running because I want to take a trip out and try to catch some sturgeon this year. They won't be no beats. They won't be no stand size or any Snake River size, but they'll be sturgeon. That's all that matters to me. Never caught one. I want to catch one. And another thing I want to catch too is a spoonbill. But I don't want to snag it. I do not want to snag it. I want to catch it in the mouth. I know it can be done. There's techniques and tricks, but I want to land a spoonbill by catching it in the mouth. I think after this weight dies down, I'm going to recast that purple rock because it's a little closer than the way I want it. I want it pretty close, but it's a little closer than I want. Oh, blue rod got hit again. And it's tapping like it is a flatty. Alright y'all, I'm going to mute this mic for a second because these waves are about to hit us hard. I mean, I'm seeing 2.5 foot waves. So give me a second, I'm going to mute this mic before they come in. Alright y'all, it's starting to quiet down a little bit. It got pretty loud. Sunfish for all, how's it going? Relaxing frustrations, thanks y'all for coming in. We're got 4 on the board so far. We've been at it for 2 hours and 23 minutes. We already got 4 on the board. 2 of them on nightcrawler, 2 of them on bluegill. Biggest one being right at 10 pounds. No monsters today yet, but it's still early. It's not even prime flathead time yet. Yeah, frustrations. Our first one's almost exactly 15 minutes into the stream. I'm trying to find my other phone so I can even watch the time. I don't even know what time it is yet. Oh yeah, we haven't even hit flathead period time, y'all. We haven't even hit flathead time yet. I need to make sure my phone's charging because I had an issue with it last night and it is not charging. I had an issue with it charging last night and it almost died on us. We got down dangerously low. And I don't know why it's doing this. These power banks are fully charged. Now it's charging. These power banks are fully charged and should charge this phone up 4 times, 5 times. Normally I can charge up my phone for 5 hours straight with one of these banks. And I've already went through one bank, so let's hope they don't keep on running through them. I've got an extra bank with me, but hopefully we don't have to use it. Because the other bank I got is a small junkie bank, and it only charges it up about half. So they only run it for about a half an hour. And I still got a long way to go. Something tells me I might be in this stream a lot earlier than I want to. One, I've been down in my monster. This thing should have lasted me the whole night. It's over half gone. And if we keep on getting fish like we getting now, I'm gonna be out of bait. I'll be putting night crawler on every rod. Of course, I'll do that too. I don't care. We done caught 2 on night crawler, so I know they'll bite on night crawler. All right, sunfish. I appreciate it. I hope I catch one too. You get you some rest, bud. I need to be getting me some rest soon. I'm pushing that 48-hour mark straight. $14 amazing people in here. I appreciate everybody being in here. I know we're probably gonna be cutting down to we'll probably be cutting down to 5 or 6 before the night's over, because a bunch of people going live. All right, calm down, water. I need to reposition that night crawler. Yeah, because he's in about 10 foot, 20 foot closer than what I want him. We was getting all the bites out about 10 foot past where he's at now, so I want to reposition him. Reposition. Now watch, I say that and that rod will go over. Yeah, I wish I could have caught a few more bluegill tonight. I wanted to catch at least, I wanted to try to get 8 is what I wanted, because I wanted to put one of them big old bluegills or big sunfish on that hook for that blue rod and throw it in that flathead hole and have just a whole bluegill on there. But since we're limited on bait, if it gets too, we get too dang low on bait, I promise you right now, I'll run the orange rod and the purple rod with night crawler, and I'll put just start running bluegill on the blue rod. But then again, we've done caught 2. We got two on each one, so. Of course, like I said, as soon as this water calms down, I'll be able to reposition that night crawler and that purple rod, get it where we want it at, and we might have better luck. But this done started drifting down this way, and it ain't even that far out. We've been catching all these fish about 50 feet, 60 feet out, and it's probably 30 foot out, if that. So it's a lot closer than what I want it to be. It's just that those reels, man, they cast so good. You give them a little bit of whip, just a little bit, and they zoom. I mean, I can whip that one right now, the purple rod. I can whip it out right now and probably hit 100 yards out, easy. And it's only a 7-foot rod, so, or about 7'6", I think. But we don't want them out that far tonight. My blue rod's out about that far. I gave it a good whip and good zing out there, get it down that current seam. I want it right there on that edge of that current seam. That way it can travel its way down to that where the flatheads are down here in this debris. Because I had a guy come down here one night on a boat, well, not one night, one day, to this spot right here. He was pulling up on the bank if the water was down, where it looked like a beach like it normally does. And he literally beached his boat to come up here to the restaurant back here. And he was playing with his fish finder, and he was talking about how many big fish was underneath his boat when he pulled in. I said, yeah, there's a lot of them. He said, yeah, you need to watch this area over here. He said, it's just a nightmare. He said, it looks like 10, 20 trees down over here. I'm like, yeah, there's a bunch of trees in the water. He said, be good for bass fishing. I guess this is where I need to try to bass fish. I said, good luck with that, brother, because I said, the flatheads have probably done ate all them bass. Oh, I understand that. I understand that, Ernie. I understand it all too well. Hold on, my son just sent me a message. I gotta ask, see what he needs. He's like, hey, Pops. Yeah, I definitely need to check in with my son. My brother-in-law called me earlier on Messenger, and I ignored it. But of course, unless it's emergency, he should know better, because which I know it ain't. Cause my wife's right there next door to him. She would have been calling me and blowing my phone up. And I don't know why he called me. So he knew I was gonna be out here. I guess he was gonna come over and visit me. I get to see him like once every 2 weeks because he works so much. He goes, oh, I'm just leaving my mom's with Laura and the kids, which is his girlfriend and the kids. And I just asked him, I said, want to stop by? And I'm waiting for him to answer, because there ain't nobody at my house except for my stepson. Oh, purple rod's getting smacked. Come on, fishy, take it. I was about to move it too. That definitely acts like a carp bite. That's definitely acting like a carp bite or a drum bite. More like a carp bite is what it's acting like. Because normally they, when the drum hit it, they'll hit it like that one time, and then they come back a few seconds later like a little piranha and grab it and run with it. A carp will sit there and suck on it, pull it, and play with it for 2-3 hours until they accidentally get the hook. 11 amazing people still in the house. I'm actually surprised because I thought everybody would be bouncing out. We lost a few people, but we'd lose a lot more. A bunch of people just went live and stuff, but I understand that, and I got no problem with that if anybody decides they want to go over and check out somebody else. Heck, technically, I ought to be a smart button. I think Hogleg just went live. I ought to be a smart button in my live and go up on his panel and be fishing on his panel. But I think I'll stay on my own channel for now. If we start losing too many people tonight and everybody moves over and goes somewhere else, then I might do something like that. But for now, I'm going to stay on my own. I don't mind merging channels. I don't mind merging channels at all. Unfortunately, I can't let nobody up on my panel because I don't have StreamYard no more, and YouTube does not let you, unless you're monetized, does not let you have no guest stuff, which bites because I would love to. I would love to have people up here with me tonight or whatever. When I go live, I'd love to have people up on panel so they can help me with chat and stuff while I'm fishing. It would be great. But without StreamYard, I can't do that no more. They want to stop by tomorrow, and I'm trying to find out what these. Find out what time he's going to stop by. Because he might be wanting to stop by 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock in the morning, which is, he knows I'm always up all night. I won't be home yet. Or at least most likely won't be home yet. Man, our wake still ain't calmed down after that dang barge. We still got major waves. Needs to calm back down so these fish will start biting again. Sorry, y'all, didn't mean to blind you. Something was coming down the hill over here. It sounded like something fell down the hill. And make sure ain't a person falling down the dang hill. That wouldn't be too good. Oh, I almost fell down the hill. Now I would almost go down the bank a little bit. I would almost move and go down the bank a little bit, but because there's another big opening, I might actually be able to get better positioning. But man, then it puts me right on that side of the tree underwater. Then when the water pulls it down, you know, because the current's going this way, it's gonna put me right up against that tree. And I really don't want to do that. I really don't want to do that. me try to see if I can reposition that worm rod, y'all. We ain't had a bite in a while, so I need to do something. We need to do something here. I guess I should check all the rods. Yeah, it's definitely a carp down there. He is sucking on that dang night crawler. He keeps on sucking it off the hook. So we kind of got what I want to be messing with the bait, but they just ain't doing it good enough. I'm back in that same spot I was not wanting to be in. He's not hitting it. They're not hitting it the way I want it to. But I don't know what the heck he's doing. That's where I wanted it. Give me a second, y'all. I'm gonna mute this and find out what he wants. Sorry about that, y'all. Steve, what's up, brother? The Pleasure Angler. We got 4 so far. It done slowed down on us. First fish was first 15 minutes in, and then we got a few good hits right after that. I mean, it was, every 25 minutes for at first. Now it's slowing down. I think we've been probably at least 40 minutes without a bite. But it happens that way. You'll get your hot times and your dead times. I think we're on a dead period right now. But also, we ain't caught no big ones yet. Biggest one we landed is right at 10 pounds. So maybe the big ones ain't moved in yet. We're just waiting. Waiting. And I got a carp or something messing with my purple rod. It's been messing with it for the last hour. So all I can do is hope and be hopeful that it is a carp and he takes it. We are kind of low on bait right now. really low on bait. And I only take them carp if they're like 3 pounds or under, because they're fun fish to catch. They put up a heck of a fight, so anything over 3 pounds, I usually let go. And even if I don't have bait and I'm trying to get bait, because they're the best bait for catfish I've found so far. But yeah, unless they're under 3 pounds, I put them back. Man, Andy, I'm glad I made you a mod. You're a heck of a mod. Which is good, because I've got a few real good mods. Steve, I'm catching blue cats. I'm actually targeting flatheads because I'm in my flathead hole, but I'm actually, the only thing I've been catching is blues. Right now, I'll take anything that bites, but yeah, the target species is flathead, which that blue rod's getting hit, y'all. It just loaded up a little bit, and that's acting like a flatty bite. Steve Lock keeps on saying it's a flatty on there, and I bet you it's going to be. It's out in that flatty hole, right in all that debris, and it keeps on getting loaded like there's a flathead down there sucking on it. So we can only hope. I haven't got a flatty yet this year, so. And I'm really trying to break my my PB flatty. My YouTube PB flatty, since I started YouTube, I started all my PBs back over. My PB flathead's 11.5 pounds, and we'll say 40 pounds for my blue. But yeah, I'm really hoping on breaking those this year, both my PBs. And if I'm gonna break that flatty PB, it's gonna be right in this spot. It probably ain't gonna be with that small piece of bait I got on there, but you never know. Yesterday, matter of fact, yesterday and today, I've done caught 4 fish on small pieces of bait, decent sized fish. I think the smallest fish we got tonight is about 4 pounds. Biggest is right at 10. And those have all been on small baits and night crawler. But I think we're in a slowdown period right now. It just now hit 2 o'clock. Yeah, it ain't even prime bite time for the flatties. They usually hit around 3. They like at 3 o'clock for some reason. It's the Ohio River. I'm fishing the Ohio River down here in Louisville, Kentucky. That's what all that noise is right there. We keep on getting barges come through. I caught 1 fish off a barge bite tonight. See, something's hitting that purple rod. That's either a carp or a drum, y'all. He's on there. He's got to be on there. Yeah, he's on there. Whatever he is, he's coming in. He's not too big. Feels like a carp, y'all. I can hope. Or a skipjack would be great too. He's getting some weight. He didn't have no weight a minute ago, but he's getting some weight. He's gaining some weight. Look at that. He's getting some muscles. Get down here where y'all see his rod. He's getting some muscles on him. Y'all still can't see it, but he's getting them. Let's see what we got here, y'all. Exactly what I thought it might have been. Drum. Unfortunately, they're not good bait. And he's a little too big for me to use for bait anyway, because I'd be wasting most of him. But he's in the carp family, but he don't make bait. Oh, come here, buddy. Yeah, he They don't make good bait for some reason. I don't know what it is. They're greasy meat, so you would think they would, but they don't. But you got to deal with these when you got night crawler out for sure. Every time I got a night crawler out, I deal with one of them. I normally catch 10 or 20 of them a night when I got night crawler out. But a fish is a fish, whatever a fish. Fish is a fish, whatever is a fish. Not the species we want, neither species we want, because we want carp or catfish, but a fish is a fish, y'all. We'll take him. Now I'm gonna let him go. I have no use to keep him, so there's no sense of keeping him. And I was afraid they was gonna start moving in, y'all. They did that to me last week. I started off with cats, and then I switched over to catching drum on nightcrawler, and now I went back to catching cats again. So all we can do is hope it don't stay the same pattern. But then again, as long as I'm catching fish, I don't care. Breaks the monotony up, even if it is a drum. And you get some of them big drum, they're fun. But you gotta get some of the big ones. These small ones like that one ain't that great. But you get you a good 10, 12 pound drum, and you're in for a fight. We actually got a boat coming through, y'all. Don't have too many of those down on this side of the river. Don't have too many of those. Maybe I'll get lucky and it's one of our YouTuber friends, and they'll bring me some bait. I can't get lucky enough for that. You know what? I'm gonna cast it out just a hair further, because I don't want to put it right there in the same spot I put it a minute ago and catch that drum again. I'll catch another drum. I'm gonna try to get it out. That's better. That's right there on that ledge where we wanted it at, where we catching them blues that earlier. See if it stay up where it's supposed to be. All right. Now see, did y'all catch what just happened there? That's called respect. He was floating through here a minute ago, just floating. He saw me out here fishing, he slowed down and started grabbing slower, or moving slower. That's respect. You don't get too many people like that. Now 10 to 1 says he gets up about another 25 yards, he'll start gunning it again. But you know what? I'll take the respect that he put out to slow down when he did. He seen the lights and he knew I was up here fishing. Heck, he might even come back through here. It looked like the same boat that's out here. We have a boat that comes out here at nights. JP3, how's it going? Yeah, I got a battery on them. You talking about on the rods, JP3? If you're talking about the rods, yeah, those are eel wire lights, and I got they take 2 AA batteries on each one. I don't have no actual light shining on my. The rods are actually Rapid lights. Now that boat's gonna cause all kinds of weight. And gonna move my night crawler around. Oh no, the flood lamps, let me show you what those are. Well, give me a second, you won't be able to hear because of this. Give this water a second to calm down, I'll show you what I'm running. It ain't gonna be calm for long when we got barge coming right behind that boat. But what I'm running, I'll just bring the whole pole over there because I can't get it off here right now. What I'm running is just a little cheap Amazon camping light. You can pick them up off Amazon. I think I paid $19 for it. It's a Gabriel light. It's got 4 or 5 modes on it. It's supposed to have a solar panel. I don't know if it works or not. It charges itself. Got your gear ready? All right. I will have to make sure I come in there and check you out if you go live. Yeah, this is a little cheap light, JP3. It's actually pretty bright. It's rechargeable. Now it's supposed to run for 24 hours on low, and or 8 hours on high, and 24 hours on low, up to 48 hours or something like that. I don't think it's going to run that long, but it will run pretty good time. It does have a remote control with it, which I left at home, to where you got to just push the remote and turn the light on and off if you want to turn it on and off. All I'm doing is taking these little cheap tent poles that you can stack together. I'll get 3 of them and make it like 9 foot in the air, 10 foot in the air, and you can light up about a 25-foot square radius like daytime. So it works out pretty good for landing fish. The other light I've got, which is actually a cheaper method to go, if you've got time to charge your light. Put this back over here where I had it. I wish I wouldn't have forgotten my remote tonight. But the other light is just simply, you can go on Amazon and look up rechargeable emergency lights. They look like a light bulb for a house. I'm gonna shine it away from the camera because it gets bright. This is like the equivalent of an 80-watt bulb. You charge them like you would do a regular light bulb. You put them in your lamp or whatever and run them for about 8 hours. Well, the new ones that are out now only take 4 hours to charge. And they run for 3 to 4 hours straight. Super bright. And you can get like a 16-pack of them for like $45 on Amazon. So if you got, 6 bulbs with you, you can stay out all night with super bright light at all times. Last year I had 4 of these, and with 4 of them, I could literally sit out here on a 12-hour stream and not run out of light. Not run out of light at all. And all I did was on that is all right, later on, Steve. Have a good one. Thanks for coming in. All I did for that is I went to Walmart and I got one of them cheap aluminum, what they call them, work light domes. The little silver domes. It's got the little clip on it. I just took one of those. I pulled it out, and I could just screw the light bulb in it, and tie the wires together, twist the wires together, and you can work it with a button like you would a regular light. And then I just taped it to a pole, and I can extend it up 14 foot up in the air, 15 foot up in the air, however I want it, and it lights up this whole bank. I mean, this right here, one bulb, will, at a good level, Lynn, what's going on? At a good level, will light up everything. Just one bulb will light up this whole bank. You can literally see 25, 30 square foot space like daylight with this one bulb. So those are cheap, easy ways to do it if you need to get a light. And they're lightweight and easy to carry because I carry all my gear in a backpack. I don't have a big cart or nothing like Chunky or nobody. I carry all my gear in a backpack and in a fishing bag. Other than that, that's all I carry. because I have to walk to my spot, and I got to walk 15 minutes up and down hills. So I keep it as light as I can. No car batteries, nothing like that. Because I tell you right now, hauling around car batteries and stuff is a nightmare. I really want to get one of them complex lights, but I tell you what, one, I can't afford it because I'm too broke to afford anything. And two, I don't want to carry a car battery down this hill. Or any kind of 12-volt battery for that matter, because it's gonna be heavy. So I'm gonna run strictly the lightest gear I can. And I also look for cheap bargains too. That's why on my page I've got how I did my rods and stuff. I even got the link. Well, I don't know if I got the link to the site where I got them at. It was Amazon that got them from, but I put in the description what they're called, where to find them at. I might even put a link to it, I think, and shows you how to put them on there. Each one of them rods to light them up like that only cost maybe $7 to light up your rod. Not that expensive, and it's not hard to do. Get you some real small zip ties, get you some 15-foot L-wire lights, and you're golden. We got five so far, Lynn. We got 4 cats and 1 drum. First cat was 15 minutes in on a night crawler. Now the cats have moved off the night crawler, and only thing hitting night crawler's drum, I think. I moved out the night crawler a little bit further now, so hopefully we'll be back out there in the catfish area. It's like layers of a cake, you know. You come in too close, you got the shiners and shad and all the other little bait fish that you can't hook. And then you go out a few feet, you get the carp and the drum. You go out another layer and you get the catfish. So I'm hoping we're past the carp layer and our drum layer. Danimals, what's up, brother? We got 5 so far. But yeah, we got, I'm hoping I'm past that layer of drum and carp. I mean, I wouldn't mind hooking a small carp right now. I'd love to. I'm low on bait. I went to my bait creek today, and because I'm on a 48-hour fish-a-thon is what I'm on. 48 hours. I haven't went to bed or nothing. I sit down here last night, went live. We caught 3 fish last night, an 8-pound, a 20-pound, and about a 5-pounder. All on this purple. Well, one was on the orange rod. The smallest was one on the orange rod on the biggest bait and biggest hook. The other 2 was caught on the smallest hook and the smallest piece of bait you can ever imagine. I hooked a 20-pound blue on a piece of bait smaller than a nickel. So, but I was supposed to go to my creek for an hour or 2, get about 8 to 10 bluegill, and I wound up spending 6 hours out there today, on and off. I went twice, 3 hours each time, and wound up only getting 4 bluegill because they ain't biting. So we low on bait. So yeah, I wouldn't mind catching me a small carp, but he'd have to be under 3 pounds. And you would think Memorial Weekend, especially on a Sunday, we wouldn't have all these barges come through. You would think we wouldn't. I mean, last night we had them coming through. We had like 4 come through, 5 come through. Now earlier they did transpire a barge bite. We did catch a fish during a barge bite, but last night they didn't transpire any, and tonight they've only transpired 1. So if they're not going to cause a bite, then I'd rather them just stay away. And he's pretty dang close to us too. I bet you I could reach out and touch him with one of them rods. Dang it right off the side of that barge. Especially with that purple rod right there. Or that orange rod. The orange rod for sure, because that's got that ambassador on it. And it's got that Cast King Super Mono. It's 30-pound mono. That's about 10-pound diameter. Yeah. Guarantee I can hit him. Yeah, I figured I'd go out fishing as much as I can the next 48 hours. Well, in 48 hours, uh, while my wife was out of town. Nets, how's it going? Thank you for coming in. He's causing some kind of bite on the purple rod, but he ain't hitting it hard yet. We'll wait. If they want it, they'll take that rod. At least it's a different kind of hit than we did with that drum. So y'all, if it gets too loud, I'll mute it and everything. Well, y'all ain't got to hear this loud splash and stuff. Oh, and it might be. Well, no, because he ain't caused a wake yet, so I don't know why the orange rod would act that way. Unless there's a fish out there playing with it. Come on, take her down. Now I can't believe I forgot my remote today, y'all. Yeah, that wake's gonna be a nightmare, y'all. He is kicking it down this water, and I'm seeing waves out in the middle coming up, almost big enough to surf. I'm gonna go ahead and mute this mic for a second. Just give me a good opportunity to get rid of some of this monster I've been drinking. I'm gonna go ahead and mute the mic for a second until these waves kick off, and I'll take the mic back off. All right, y'all, I think the worst part of it's gone. Man, it was smacking this bank like a brick wall. It almost took my net in the water. Heard my net sliding down. Move it up a little bit higher so it don't go in the water. That wouldn't be good. Because it'd be, as soon as that thing went in the water and I lost it, it'd be the time I would need it. And all I can hope for is that's the last barge for a while. I don't think it is. I think we got another one not too far behind it. We had doubles up last night too. And as soon as the water calms down, I'm gonna have to check this purple rod. It looked like the sinker broke loose and it's floating around, so it's probably way down the bank down that way somewhere. Come on, slow down. You can do it. Come on now. Let me check this purple rod now that's flowing down a little bit and see where the line's at. Yeah, see the line? It's all the way over there. It's all the way over against my main orange rod, I think. Yep. I don't know if I get it settled down yet, but the lake's still going as crazy as it is. We're going to try. Try to get as close to this tree as I can without getting in the tree. Oh, I can't get no closer than that. I cannot get any closer than that, y'all. If it'll stay there, we'll be good. We're going to stay there. Nope, then it's going right on down. Dang it. Oh well, it ain't going to stay stationary yet because the weight's still too bad. Yeah, its weight's still way too bad. Thank you, Nets. I appreciate it. Yeah, these waves need to stop so I can get that night crawler where it sits still so we can catch a fish. Hopefully we can get back on the catfish now with a night crawler. I mean, like I said, I don't mind catching drum. Trying not to blind y'all. I'm real close to the top of this hill, and we have a bad homeless population down here, and I want to make sure nobody's coming down here. I don't want them to try to walk down the hill to see what's going on and fall and get hurt. So I always check behind me. But some of them are veterans and stuff, and that'd be a catastrophe for me. I don't know what I would do in that situation. Come on, water, please. He's been gone for a few minutes now. It should have done settled down by now. I don't know why it ain't. But it needs to settle down if we want to try to catch a fish. I mean, I can catch it when it's like this, but the bite's not as good. The bite is not as good. That stuff's still crashing up against the bank like crazy. Should have done stopped by now. That was a tap on the orange rod. That wasn't the waves on that one, that was a tap. Stay optimistic, hopefully he'll come back. Of course, as soon as all this weight completely dies down, I'm gonna check all three of these rods because we've had too much commotion go on. I want to make sure the baits are still okay and make sure I got them in the spots I want them in, where it's been producing fish. Like I said, I wish I had more bluegill. If I had at least 2 more bluegill, I'd definitely be putting a bigger chunk of bait on that blue rod. This got a little small baby head on it, and I'd love to have a big old, almost a whole bluegill on there, if not a whole bluegill. Make a flapper out of them, play them down both sides, and leave it attached. Stick it right down that flathead hole and wait for one of them big ones to grab it. Still got 10 wonderful people in the house. I appreciate it, everybody. I especially appreciate it with all these waves going on because I know that's annoying as can be on the other end. It should have done stop by now because he's been gone for a few minutes. He must have just got it stirred up real deep is what he did. Which can be a good thing for when it calms down, because if he stirred it up that deep underwater, to where it's causing these waves to stay this long, then he stirred up any fish on the bottom and moved them. And they're probably going to head towards the bank. Where my lines are at. Right here, way over here. That's. Blue one's where it's supposed to be, the others are done moved all the way down. Not that close. Hair too close right there, y'all. I went a little further out than that. Just a hair further out. I want to get it after that, there we go. Oh, right there. If it settles there. I should be in the crease of that tree for, yeah. I should be in the crease where that tree trunk is at. Keep it out of current. Alright. So that should be in that crease to keep it from moving down, which is where we've been at when we were catching those fish earlier. And this one feels like it might be hung up on something. Current might have drug it into some debris. No, I just got a bunch of lettuce on it. Bunch of debris on it. Clean the debris off of it. Get it all pumped up on there. Clear it off. And if you have blue ones covered and stuff, then now we wasn't getting much of this earlier. I mean, we getting a little bit, but not much of it. These barges must be kicking all that stuff off the bottom. I don't want this grassy stuff. It becomes a nightmare. The water's still pretty warm, y'all. Come on, waves. Crap. Give that blue one a second. I got to pull it in and check it and everything else. It definitely needs to be checked. Now, this water's awful warm right now. I didn't think it was this warm. Um, um, one thing I haven't tried to do yet is I'm running all Carolina rigs. I don't have any Santee rigs out there or nothing else. Who thinks I should take and put a Santee rig on that blue rod right there? With the water warming up, they may be coming up off the bottom a little bit more. I'm thinking that's what I ought to do. I'm thinking I ought to put a Santee rig on that blue one and throw it out there, see what happens. Couldn't hurt. We're now getting close to prime flathead time. So I'm thinking that's what we ought to do, y'all. I'm thinking I ought to put a Santee rig on there and see if it changes anything. I mean, we've tried everything else. We've tried everything else, so surely it couldn't hurt. I think that's what I'm gonna do, y'all. We're gonna change out that rig. It's gonna take me about a minute or two. And we'll see if we can't get it. But I need to check that blue rod anyway. Put us a Santee on there and see what happens. Because I happen to have them pre-rigged. Let's try a Santee with a smaller hook. Not much smaller. We're going to be pushing about an 8-eye hook. What y'all think? Santee rig, 8-eye hook. Now, it might be a 9-aught. Should still be big enough to catch anything. We are running smaller bait, so I think we try it. I mean, I really don't want too small a hook on that blue rod because we're trying for flatheads. I want that big old hook on there, getting that big old mouth. You know what? I'm gonna try it anyway, y'all. It might be a hair smaller hook than what I want, but I'm gonna try something different. Or I could put it on that orange rod, and I'll put it on the blue rod because the blue rod is going furthest down river. That's the one that the flathead holds, so get that bait up off the bottom a little bit and see what happens. I might have to re-rig anyway, y'all. Yeah, it ain't nothing but debris, y'all. No wonder I wasn't getting no bites. Oh, man, that's a nightmare. I got so much debris on there, I can't even get the reel in. Just get rid of some of that so I can get the reel in further. All right, now I'm basting the sticks down here. I might lose this rig, y'all, just from the fact that hanging up down here on the bottom, and I can't move it because of the dang debris. Bug hanging out my damn head. The lamp's on so much. Yeah, I might actually even lose this dang rig. All over a small twig down here or something. That's probably what it is, a small twig or something. I got loose. Man, there's so much debris on there. That bar's done destroyed us, man. I'll be hitting the next hour getting debris off, y'all. I'm going to show y'all what I'm dealing with. See, the only thing bad about these bars is when they stir up all them weight. You wind up with stuff like that. That is just all grass and everything else twisted around that rod. That's just insanity. That is insanity. I get all this nastiness off of here. Trying to hurry up and go as fast as I can so I can get back out there. I hate having rods out of the water for any length of time. Alright, I think I got it all off there. Cool. Alright, let me check something, y'all. This might be one of my split sinkers. Makes shrimp float. If it is, I can actually just go like this. And save my same hook and just put this on there. This one wasn't a split float, but you know what? I made it one. You gotta be freaking kidding me. Out here another barge already. What kind of crazy, ridiculous crap is that, man? Be dealing with barges all night? Oh, that's like a chalkboard. Nails on a chalkboard. That's like nails on a chalkboard right there, buddy. Alright, let's see here. That float might not stay on there for long because it ain't set up on there too good, but it'll work. It'll do the job. And I'm gonna throw another small bluegill head on here to freshen this one up. Give us a little bit bigger bait. Since we're gonna keep that 12 out on there. Alright, give us a little bit bigger bait, fresh. Alright. That should float it up off the bottom a little bit. It might not last long, but one fish and that float will be gone. But you know what? Be alright. If we catch fish on, it's worth it. I need to zoom this sucker out there. Now let's see what happens, y'all. See if it does any different. Of course, we got, like I said, of course we got another dang barge coming through. Clutch figures. Right when I get the rods about where I want them at. Never fails. Never fails. Now, blue rod right there will probably bounce for a few minutes because it's going to have to find the bottom somewhere. That sinker will. Because I cast it out far enough to where it'd be out in the current seam so I can get it where I want it at. I need to grab me something to eat, y'all. You know, the only thing bad about pulling these long nights like I've been doing and long days like I've been doing, fishing for almost 48 hours straight, ain't finding time to eat. Yeah, me too, Andy. I normally do. I switched over to, the water's been cool for the last, it just now started warming up a couple days ago. I mean, the last time I come down here last week, the water wasn't even that warm. It's still pretty cool. When it's cool like that, I'll keep it right directly on the bottom because that's where them fish are laid up at. But I figured, you know what, we can try to put a Santee rig on one and float it up a little bit and see what happens. I mean, all we can do is try different things. I mean, we went through the same thing last night where we had about a 2 or 3 hour period where we didn't catch any fish. We started off with a hot bite, and then we went for a while without a bite, and then we started getting hot bite again, and then it just died off. So this is a Deja Vu stream, so there's no telling what it's going to do. Excuse me, y'all. I'm trying to eat my lunch or eat my dinner. Uh-oh, that's a bite, y'all. That was a bite on that purple rod. Let's see what it does. Might be another dang drum. Never fails. The water starts to finally calm down. And here comes another dang barge. I think if he's if he's as close as the last one was, I think I might ding him just for the fun of it. If they're gonna mess up my fishing, I'm gonna mess up the side of that dang bars with that 8-ounce sinker. See if there's anybody on the deck. All hands on deck. That's a 12-aught circle hook. I'm just, like I said, I'm just surprised. It's a holiday weekend. Well, it's Monday now, ain't it? Yeah, it's already Monday now. But it's after midnight, which is a holiday. I don't know why they're running. I don't know why they're running. Makes no sense. Yeah, I think it's like an extra $26 or something like that. Big Mike, what's up? Back in? Oh, I'm still out. You out still? Moved up to the lake? All right. Any luck at all, Mike? Oh, nothing yet. Yeah, we had a hot bite for a minute there. I've got 5. I got 4 blues and a drum, but then it just died off. Just died off. It did that to us last night though. It died off about 2 or 3 hours. I'm like, man, should I pack it up even though I don't want to go home in the dark? I'm thinking to myself, should I pack it up? About that time I started getting hits again. So right now I'm dealing with too much barge traffic. Purple Rock got bumped. Yeah, I got a lot of barge traffic. Yeah, I'm supposed to be on my TikTok, Mike, but I ain't been doing it. I haven't been posting much on there. I was one, but I think me and Fish Magician was the first 2 to start doing lives on there. He come into I went in his live one day and he's like, "What's up, Troy?" He goes, "You on this TikTok thing too?" I said, "Yeah, I just went live last night." He goes, "Cool." And he come in my live the next time, and I just stopped doing it. I can't keep up with the chat. I can't read the names on there. I said, I'm going back straight to YouTube. I can't keep up with the names. If I can't say hi to somebody and pronounce their name, then I'm not gonna do it. But when you got J57410, I don't know, by the time you get their name, it's done disappeared. Another reason why I stopped going to TikTok. I went on TikTok one night and they saw my garage blowing and started asking me where my cart was at and everything else. I'm like, no, don't work that way, buddy. You're thinking of somebody else on some other part of the country. I don't have a fancy cart, and I don't use black lights. Now I got a disco light over here, a flashing disco light, if I need it. But I don't have all that fancy stuff. I got all that redneck engineered stuff. Man, I can't get my dang dinner out of the package. For dinner, y'all, we having toasted cheese crackers. Dinner of champions. You know, it's pretty crazy. I do 99% of the cooking at my house. 99% of it. And I tell you right now, I cook some big meals. I'm talking, I'll cook pork chops and mashed potatoes and greens and beans on the side. You know, something like that. But anytime my wife's home, that's how I cook. Let the wife leave for the weekend. What's for dinner? Cheese crackers. If she's not there, besides the kids, I ain't got no reason to cook. Now I do got two nice smoked pork loins sitting at the house waiting for me. I won't be able to eat them yet tonight. They won't be ready tonight, but. Yeah, I had wound up with me fighting with that creek so much. I had to wind up pulling the pork tenderloins off the smoker. Because I thought I was only going to be at the creek for an hour. So I hooked up the smoker, put enough wood in there and enough charcoal in there to keep it burning for about 2 or 3 hours. I come back and I'm like, I left it the first time I went to the creek. I was out there about an hour and a half. I come back, checked on the smoker, went back out for another hour and a half because the creek's only 5 minutes from my house. And when I got back the second time with no bluegill, I was like, you know what? This is going to be a nightmare of a night. I'm taking this out the smoker. I'm putting it in the crock pot. I mean, it already had this, it just smells just so delicious. It ain't even funny. And so I'm going to put it in the crock pot and let it slowly break down. It'll still have enough of that smoke flavor deep in that meat. So I'll let man, my reflux is acting up bad, y'all, from this dang monster. But yeah, it should have enough smoke flavor and it'll break down real nice in that crock pot on real low. But with me cooking as low as I am, it's going to take about 16 hours to cook it. So by the time I get home, I'll still have about 4 or 5 hours before it's ready. At least when my wife gets home, she should be having some pulled pork. Even though she don't care for it much, but hey. Come on, fishy. Come on, fishy, fishy. I got to do it. Somebody's setting off my motion sensor at the house. I got to do it, y'all. Just for the fun of it. Oh, come on, you piece of junk phone. This phone's a piece of junk. Really? Man, I severely hate this other phone I got. I got two phones in case my wife has an emergency. She needs to get a hold of me, so she ain't got to interfere with the live. But man, I really, really hate this other phone. It's so old that it literally don't want to work. Really. Mike, you still in chat? Or are you on TikTok? Back on TikTok? I I figured I'd go into Mike's TikTok and just bombard him with likes. I wonder how many of those likes go through. Because I'll tap that screen like 150, 200 times. Oh man, we need to catch fishies. This is getting slow and ridiculous. I mean, so ridiculous. So ridiculous. We're working on 4 hours, y'all. And 4 hours and we ain't got no fishy in a few. What the heck? It's 3:30. We should be in prime bite time, y'all. Should be in prime bite time. Check and make sure my phone's still charging. Says I still got 8 wonderful people in the house. I appreciate everybody for staying in during these slow and boring times. I can agree that it's gotten slow. Aaron, what's up, brother? Thanks for stopping in. We got 5 for the night so far. 4 blues and a drum. So technically we only got 4 for the night. It started off as a hot bite. Now it's a hot mess. They just slowed down. But right now we're dealing with a bunch of barge traffic. We're getting a barge every 30 minutes. As soon as the water calms back down from one barge, we get another one. So it's slowing us all down, but it's all good. I still got baits in the water. We did this last night too, though. Last night I come out here and I only caught 3. I caught a 8, a 20, and a 5. And on the 8 and the 20, I caught on a piece of bait, no exaggeration, smaller than a nickel. So that was pretty fun, especially when I caught it on that cheap Walmart version of the B&M Silver Cat. That medium action. Oh yeah, landing a 20-pound blue on medium action. That's fun. If I didn't love my muddy river rod so much, I'd have to get me some more of those B&Ms, just because the fun it is to fight a fish on them. But I love my muddy river rods too much. I had a guy offer to buy one the other day, and as broke as I am, I looked at him. I said, "Dude, I don't care how broke I am. You ain't getting my muddy river rods." I said, "I'll sell you one of my other rods." I said, "I got some other real nice ones." I said, "I get you a whisker seeker. Got a 9.5 foot whisker seeker if you want it. It's practically brand new. But you ain't getting my muddy river rod. You made that up." Yeah, tonight we got using the same bait we used last night when we come out. I got Nightcrawler on the purple rod. The orange and blue rod both have bluegill. I got a bluegill head on the blue rod. Well, I got 2 bluegill heads because they're small. Bluegill heads on the blue rod and a body chunk on the orange rod. Last night, all the fish we was catching, every one of them, was less than 50 foot off the bank. I mean, literally, less than 50 foot off the bank. We found that out the hard way because I put a small piece of bluegill on a size 6. Not a size 6 circle hook, just a size 6 or 6/0. It's an actual size 6 circle hook. And little bitty old hook I use for carp fishing and stuff. And I put a little bitty piece of bluegill on there. I mean, the size of the tip of your finger or something. And a piece of Nightcrawler. And that rod bent in half. It cast it out about 50 yards out, or 50 feet out. And we hooked the first blue of the night. And I'm like, you know what? Maybe we need to cast these rods in a little closer. 20 minutes later, or 24 minutes, almost exactly 24 minutes later, we hooked a 20-pounder on that same rod, same size piece of bait. So then I start pulling all my rods in close. And then tonight, I started off close. I started off at like 50 feet out, 60 feet out. But right now we're in that dead zone. It's usually, right now it's usually hot bite for the flatheads. Because out here about 2:45 to, I say 4:15, it's probably the best time to catch flatties. But the blues usually move out right when the flatties start moving around too much. But I ain't seen no flats. I ain't seen none. We hooked into one last night. I know for a fact he was over 20 pounds. And I know for a fact it was a flatty because the way he fought me. All he did was dive straight down and try to pull my, he didn't do none of that flip flop. He just straight to the bottom he went. It was like trying to drag a dead weight. And every time I give him a little bit of pull, you'd feel him pulled straight to the bottom. Like, that's a flatty, y'all. We got us a flatty. And I got him up about 15 foot from the bank, and he got me tangled in some debris and then spit the dang hook. That was angry times there, buddy, angry times. I ain't went to sleep in 2 days, but I guarantee you when I do go to sleep, that's gonna haunt my dreams. I'm gonna see him in my sleep. Big Mike's done stopped in a couple times. He's supposed to be live on TikTok. I'm sitting here, I went into his TikTok for the fun of it and started just bombarding his TikTok with likes. Says he's live again. He said it ended his live. And Oh, it says live ended. Well, when you click, that makes no sense. When you click on Big Mike's name, it says Fishing with Big Mike like it does on YouTube. Now, you go into his live, and it says live has ended, and it's got a different name. So, don't know. That side, I went in there and gave him a bunch of likes. I don't know how many of them went through, but I bombarded it with likes. I mean, I could literally, if I wanted to, I can set this other phone up. It's at 70%. I could set it up and go live on TikTok and YouTube at the same time for maybe 20 minutes. That battery dies so dang quick, it ain't even funny. But I think I'm gonna stay over here on the YouTube side. I don't care about all that. I mean, I think I was at last time I looked, which has been a while. Last time I looked, I was at like right at 2,600 or something like that followers. But I don't really care. I have more fun in here talking to everybody and chatting here because I can actually read the names and I actually talk to the people on a daily basis. I feel more like they're a family member or you know, something good friend. And I don't know what this barge is down here doing, y'all, but I hear him humming, but I ain't seen him yet. And that's I don't know, been a hot minute, probably about 15, 20 minutes since I've been hearing him hum down there, but I ain't seen him come in or nothing else. Maybe he's creeping as slow as he can to where we don't have to deal with all that wake. Or maybe he's down there parked somewhere idling. That'd be fine with me too. Because he's downriver from us. Because the current's going this direction. So as long as it's down current from us, then we're good. That noise will just cause vibration, get the fish stirred up is all it's going to do. And I'd rather have the fish stirred up and not have the wake, because that wake's been a nightmare tonight. Speaking of that, I need to check. That's still where I put it earlier. The orange one is still where I put it, and the blue one's all the way down the river somewhere that direction. Yeah, like I said, they don't like the light up here too much, but last night Duggar come in here and I was joking around and I said, look, we got a Duggar landing, and I hit my remote from my flashy light and it started flashing at the rods. Sure enough, a few minutes later we got a bite. I was joking around about it. I said maybe they like the alien landing. Did it the second time, got another bite. So if I had my remote, I'd probably hit it. But I'm a little lazy, too tired to get up and try to hit it by hand. I think what it does is confuses the fish. They confuse it, just run into it and grab it and run. Hey man, I saw a flash up there. I need to grab that bait or that food and run. Man, I thought for sure one of these rods was going to go off again by now. I mean, we've literally had about an hour with no bites, y'all. That is horrible. I mean, it's the Ohio River, so I'm used to it. But for the last 2 nights that we've, consistently had a bite every 40 minutes, 30, 40 minutes. We didn't hook them all, but we had a bite every 30, 40 minutes. To not getting any bites for an hour, that's not too good. And I know they're not pulling the water down yet because the water's still supposed to be on the rise for the next 12 hours, I think. Yeah, the water's actually came up since we've been down here, because the spot that I was standing on to land my fish is gone. It's completely underwater. And I had my net probably 12 inches above, or about 6 inches above the water line, and my net's touching the water now, so we need to force one to bite, y'all. Bring his can't even talk. Too much monster, not enough sleep. Bring his purple rod in, cast it back over here in the shallows. Start nailing drum all night. At least we'll be catching fish. We won't be catching the fish I want to catch, but you know what? I'd rather catch them than nothing. Up. Fracture Fix, how's it going? Sorry, y'all, my chat stopped rolling again. See if I missed anybody else. I don't know why it does that. Sometimes it does it, sometimes it don't. Yeah, I apologize, Fracture Fix. For some reason, I looked over, comments wasn't moving. All of a sudden, I moved them, and when I did, there's 30 comments behind that. I'm getting antsy, y'all. This monster kicking in, got me all hyper. Sitting in a chair, and I don't have no fishy on the line. Yeah, it's good to be out. It's good to be out, Aaron. I mean, literally, I come out here last night. I did a 7-hour live last night. I left here last night, or this morning. I actually sit out here for almost 9 hours total, because I fished for about 40 minutes before I went live last night, and then about 40 minutes after I got off live. But trying to catch some more bait so I didn't have to go to the creek. I got home after I made 20 bucks and stopped and made 20 bucks on the way home, helping some guy pick up some trash off the side of the road for about 10 minutes. Got home, fired up my smoker, put my 4 tenderloins on it so I could smoke them, get them smoking. I headed to the creek, started trying to catch more bait. Didn't have no luck. Went home, took my pork tenderloins, put them in the crock pot, let them sit there for a little bit, snacked on a sandwich, went back to the creek, tried for another 3 hours to get bait, wound up with 4 bluegill out of 6 hours of the creek. It's getting horrible down there. That moss is just so bad, I think it's killing everything. And I'm like, well, it's time to head back to the river. I was hoping on having at least 8, because all the bluegill I've been catching lately are real small. I can't get, normally in that creek I can normally get some hand-sized bluegill. Right now I'm not getting anything, I mean, a quarter of that. You know, they're just itty-bitty ones, and that's all that's biting. I got one decent-sized sunfish that's about a half a hand. It's about half of your hand. That's it. So he's still in the bag. I was saving him for later in case we need more bait. but they're not hitting on anything, so it don't really matter, I guess. And I need to get up and change my battery from my No Pro, y'all. It just went dead on me. Gotta find my other power bank. Oh, I don't really need it, but the second I don't have it on is the second I will need it. All right, what pocket you in, buddy? There it is. All right, that might give me about another 2 hours on my No Pro, if that. These batteries don't last long on this No Pro. I don't even think this one's actually fully charged. It was acting weird when I tried to charge it last night, but hey, it is what it is. It's turning it on. That's all. All right, I'm gonna step over here for a second, y'all. All righty. Here in a minute, if we ain't got a fish in a minute, y'all, I'm gonna move that purple rod. Cause I'd rather catch drum all night. If I gotta catch 20 drum to have fun, I'd rather catch 20 drum than not catch any fish at all. Sorry, but I just can't. I'm a fisherman. I'm down here to catch. Yes, I'd rather have catfish. I'd definitely rather have cats, but you know what? I brought 30 night crawlers with me. Ain't nothing hitting it. I'd rather waste them because I know they're gonna die. I'd rather use them catching drum and taking a chance on catching a carp or something for bait than just let them sit there and stare at rods not moving. So if we ain't got a fish in the next 5 minutes, I'm moving that. Actually, you know what? We still got that barge coming, and he's still way down there. So before he gets down here, I'm gonna go ahead and move it. I'm gonna pull it in where we can catch a fish. Like I said, I don't care if it's a drum or not. A fish is a fish at this point. Well, heck, ain't no night crawler on there. I got a quarter of a night crawler, y'all. A quarter of a night crawler. That ain't gonna work. Let me put a whole night crawler on there, get it back out there. Yeah, I wasn't lying. Look, I'm not lying when I say, let me turn my headlamp off. I'm not lying when I said I brought 20 night crawlers with me. I mean, 30 night crawlers. This thing is full. I took 2 packs and put them together. So, we got plenty of crawlers. And they're not gonna live long because they haven't been brought out here 2 nights in a row. Yeah, it is cool enough to keep them alive, but at the same time, they're not gonna live long. I mean, keep on bringing them out here and then putting them back in the fridge. I'd rather use them catching something. Something's better than nothing, y'all. At least in my eyes, it is. I know y'all didn't sign up to see drum, but a feast is a feast, man, when we ain't catching nothing. The other 2 rods are still out with their bluegill on them, so we shall see. And you never know, we might get lucky and catch a dude like we did last night, 20, 25 feet in, and wind up with a dang 20-pound catfish. What we did last night, you never know. All right, that's where I'm gonna put it at. And I need to find my batteries for my headlamp because these are dying quick. These are dying quick. work. We back bright again, y'all. Back in the bright light again. Alrighty. Down to 9 people. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't care if I don't really like drum, but you know what? I'd rather have a drum than nothing. We just watching the rods sitting still. We need some kind of action going on. And all my fish last night was caught real close up. So you never know. We might actually hook into a kitty cat up here again like we did last night. Actually, we done caught 2 of them this close to that, tonight. See? Like I said, that's better than nothing. You give him a minute, and I should have a fishy on probably. I'm really hoping this blue rod would hurry up and go over, because I know for a fact it's in that flathead hole. Oh, there goes the orange rod though. Oh man, can you stop it? Man, he hit it and quit it, y'all. Of course, that could be a flatty hitting it and quitting it like that. Give me a minute and see. I stomped my dang grips into the mud, y'all, and move them out of my way so I can get to the rods. I felt something on my foot when I ran towards the rod. Maybe it's time for them to start waking back up. All we can do is hope. All we can do is just hope. I'm hearing that barge. He's getting closer and closer, but man, he is going slow. That might be the ticket though. But then again, he could be 6 deep and 3 wide, and that might be why he's going so slow. He might be dredging the bottom right now. He might be dredging the bottom for that, for all we know. Give them a minute to see what they do. Back up to 11 great people. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Sweet. I hope that orange one goes down. All we can do is wait. I'm still waiting on my shooting star to come through. I made a wish on it, and then I ain't got it. That wish ain't come true yet, so we're gonna wait and see. It worked the first time I did it. First time I did it last year. I wished for a 40-pound fish. Caught a 39, close enough to me. And actually, I think he was pushing 50, because I thought the scales I had were 50-pound scales. They was 40-pound, and he kept on bouncing around right at 39 pounds, from what I could tell. And then sure enough, I get home and the scales are stretched out. They're sitting at 10 pounds at all times. And I looked down at it, it said 40-pound scales. I said, man, I must have maxed them out and stretched them a little bit. So he looked closer to 50, but we put him down at 39 because whatever the scale says is what I'm going by. Now I ain't got to worry about that because now I've got 3 sets of scales. All of them go up to, I got two of them that go up to 110, and I got one that goes up to 150. So we should be golden. But I haven't seen a hundo in almost 30 years, so I don't think I'm going to see anything where I'm going to need bigger scales than that. I hope he's pushing me an 80-pound flatty up the river. Shoot, I will take it. You know, I wouldn't be complaining, Brush Fix. I wouldn't complain at all if with a 20-pound flatty. Heck, a 15-pound flatty I wouldn't complain about. At least I'd be able to break my PB flat, YouTube PB flatty. At least I could say I did that. Because I mean, I've had some huge fish before YouTube. Of course, I've been doing it for 35 years, but you know, if they ain't on camera, I don't count them. So when I started my YouTube channel, the only fair way to do it is to start back over. You know, start all your PBs. Well, right now my PB flatty is 11.5 pounds. So I'll take anything, you know, over that. I'll take anything over that. That way I can definitely break my PB. I want to break my PB flatty, my PB blue this year. I want to try to get on a sturgeon because I ain't got none of those yet. And I also want to try to catch me a spoonbill, but I don't want to snag him. I don't believe in snagging fish. I've seen people catch them in the mouth before, and that's what I want to do. Now the blue rod's getting some action. I don't know what it's doing. I don't know if the barge just broke it loose or... I don't know what he's doing or what it's doing. But yeah, I'll be happy with a 80-pound flatty. Now I can promise you right now, even though I've got some of the best gear on the market, we hook into an 80-pound flatty, we gonna be here a while. Cause this current's ripping and everything else. So me fighting with current, the current's ripping so hard right now that a 10-pound fish feels like a 20. So you can imagine what it'd be. We'd be here probably at least an hour trying to land an 80-pound flatty. But you know what? That'd be an hour worth of awesome video. Be an hour worth of awesomeness. And I'd be more than happy to take it. Heck, if I got a 80-pound flatty, I'd probably end this stream right after I landed him. I'd be so wore out. I wonder if little drummer boy done got my worm off the hook. He smacked it and then stopped. I know this morning when I got off live last night and this morning, or yesterday morning I guess it would be, I got off live and I stayed fishing for a few minutes trying to catch and see if I could catch any skipjack, any carp or anything like that. Something was hitting that night crawler back, like just as soon as it hit the water. But man, they bounced the rod, it bounced like this for about 2 minutes and it stopped. And they get that night crawler off every time. Like little piranhas down there chewing up the worm. It's probably what it is. It's probably little shiners or something down there, school of them attacking it. You see a little bit of vibration in the rod and then the worm's gone. And heck, I was pointing fish last night, and today actually I pulled in that one catfish and still had to have my night crawler left. So I don't understand it. It has to be little shiners or something down there pecking at it. Yeah, that's why he was going slow. Let's see, one, two, three, four, five. He's at least five deep, y'all. He's at least five tanks deep, and it looks about three wide. So he's pushing a huge load. Maybe we'll get lucky and that'll be the last one we get for a while. Oh, blue rod. Is that a fishy or is that just him causing weight, causing it to break loose? We shall see. We're gonna call the Germany the bike now. The German boy's gonna go crazy now. Mr. German boy's gonna go crazy now. I felt him pull on that night down there. Boy, he done ripped that night crawler to pieces. He done shredded that crawler, y'all. He wanted that thing. He done, give it to me, give it to me. Glad I pulled it in when I did, or he would have wiped that crawler off there and got away. See if I can put the crawler back on there. If I can, I can grab another crawler. Yeah, he's going back on. If not, I'll grab another crawler. I don't care. Got plenty of it used up. See if I can get back out there and put his weight to it. How I get him out? Back out there and put it to it. I don't know where it's aimed at. Oh, that looks too close up. Yeah, you know what? It is what it is. You never know where they're going to be at. You never know where they're going to be. They might be 2 foot from the bank. I've had that happen before. I know y'all can't hear me because of the dang bars. Yeah, he's not going as slow as I thought he was. It's just he's that long. It's taking him that hard to push. He's about to mess us all up, y'all. Yeah, because he's down deep. He's down deep, and he's got, coming off the back of his tines back there, he's got probably 20 foot of water coming off of him. Oh yeah. It's about to get ugly, y'all. I'm about to use this mic. Because it's going to get even louder than what it is now. That wake is, I could surf that wake. It's going to smack this thing like a brick wall. Give me a second, I'll be right back in. All right, y'all. Hopefully it's quiet enough now. I don't know, cause he's still kicking it up. Dale, so far, besides the barge trouble, we're getting a lot of barges. I just had the mic muted a minute ago because we actually had like 6-foot waves from this last barge. I got 5 on so far. I got 1 drum and 4 blues. As soon as this water calms back down, I'm gonna start nailing the drum probably. Since they're in the area, I figured while I'm waiting on the blues to wake back up or the flatties to come in, I may as well hook some drum or something. Keep the rods moving at least. I brought like 30 night crawlers with me I need to use up, so if I can catch a drum or two just to keep the action going to where I'm not sitting here not getting any bites, then I guess it's better than nothing. The blues will pick back up here in a little bit, but right now I guess they sleeping. So I figured we get some kind of fish action going on here. Now I'm just waiting for this barge to slow down. I was getting good hits off that nightcrawler by them drums right before that barge come through. Now as soon as this water calms back down, I might have to wind up putting a new nightcrawler on there, I guarantee it. But I couldn't tell if those were bites a minute ago when that rod was bouncing, or if it was the waves, because I mean them waves is almost 6 foot. The bank's all soaked all the way up to almost to my rod holders right now, and they're 4 foot above the bank. That's how high them waves were. So I can't tell. I mean, that rod did like that a couple times, but I don't know if that's a fish or if that's a dang wave smacking it since it's in so close. It can make that sinker come up and bounce it back down and cause it to bounce like that. So I'm gonna have to check that crawler and put it back out there. I'll probably have to put another crawler on there because no, that's a fish. That's a fishy. I mean, the waves are still crashing, but they ain't crashing like that. Come on, get the hook in your mouth, buddy. I'll let you go like I did your brother. I don't care. You will go back. We're just trying to catch some fish. And right now I'm trying to get my numbers up, y'all. I had such a bad start to the beginning of this year. I mean, I'm already so far behind. By now, I'd normally have at least 50 catfish for the year, and I'm literally sitting at maybe 12. I'd probably have close to 100 drum right now, and I'm sitting at maybe 8. So yeah, I'm way behind, y'all. I gotta catch up. I ain't better get out, man. The water's been flooded like this for so long, and this is one of the lower stages it's been at. It's been a lot higher than this for almost 3 months. It's been a nightmare, but now it's slowly getting back into rhythm like it normally is for the summer pool. Summer pool, it'll drop down to where I need it at, and we'll be able to get on them hopefully. I mean, here lately, the last 2 nights, I'm getting on them pretty good actually. For the Ohio River, I am. We classify down here 3 fish a night, a good day on a good trip on the Ohio, 3 fish a night, because we don't have the fish population that all these bigger other rivers have. So 3 fish a night's a good night. I pulled that off last night, and then I pulled it off tonight, so I can't complain. Anything extra is a bonus for me. It just gets my numbers up faster. Because I'm going to keep track this year. I'm going to start keeping track of every fish I catch. That's another reason why I brought this dang No Pro out here with me. So I can keep track of what I'm catching. Because I'm gonna keep track of everything. Every bullhead, every bluegill. Or I'm going to try to keep up with the bluegill. Right now it's easy when I'm only catching 4 and 5 of them a trip. But when they start getting biting hot and heavy like they normally do, and I'm catching 40 of them in a trip, yeah, it's gonna be hard to keep up. But that's what I need to do with these night crawlers, man. I need to find me a. That creek circles all the way around my house. I mean, it's my whole house is surrounded by water from the creeks, and I've got some deep areas over there that's got some huge fish in it. I'm talking some massive carp, some huge cats, because that creek connects to the Ohio River, and it's got some huge cats in it, uh, and everything else. The problem of it is they don't maintain the grass in those areas where the big fish are at, and getting down there is virtually impossible. I mean, usually when you go down there, the grass is up to your neck, and then when you get up to the edge of the water, you got the weeds hanging over the water that's probably close to your neck. So I told my wife, I said, what I need to do is get my chemical spray. What a shadow in my dang GoPro, I mean in my camera, like something went this way. Uh, but yeah, now I done lost my train of thought, y'all. Oh, we got another boat coming through. Already. Gosh, dang it, man. This don't look like a barge though. I don't know what the hell that is behind me. I mean, it could be my deer, but I ain't seen none of my deer down here yet this year. Yeah, this don't look like a barge. I don't know what this is. It looks like it might be a barge. He got some pretty blue lights on him though. If it's a barge, he ain't loaded. He's empty. Of course, they did the same thing to us last night. We had two go down this way back to back, and then we had one come up this way. And then we got about an hour and a half without barges, so hopefully that's what's going to happen this time. Maybe he'll come through and his wake will cancel out some of the other wake, or vice versa. And he's floating, y'all. Just like the same one last night, just floating. Y'all see him in here in a minute. He'll come through here. Let me turn this camera so y'all can see him when he comes in the camera. We'll make sure y'all can still see the rods though. Rods got to be in the screen at all times, y'all. Just in case we get a bite. But yeah, he'll come in the screen here in a minute. Yeah, he got some pretty blue lights all over him. He's all lit up, decorated blue. And he is cooking it down the river. That's like the party barge right there, man. If I had to be on a barge on the river, I want to be that one. The party barge. You come in the view yet, y'all? Nah. He's about to. I see people walk around the barge though. See people out there walking around the empty containers. There he comes. Yeah, he's got some cool blue lights on him. Cool blue lights. Cool blue lights, cool blue lights. And they're out there banging on the dang empty containers. I know they're gonna cause a heck of a wake. I know that for a fact. And it almost sounds like there's another one behind it. Hopefully it's just the echo of that one echoing off the walls down here. Or maybe it's still that other one that went through a minute ago, that one that come flying through here earlier, or pushing through earlier and caused all that weight. I know they passed each other right up here, so it might still be hearing that one. Alrighty, let's turn this back around a little bit and I know better than to check these blue purple rods, but I know I'm about to get weight again. But man, in my head for a minute, so I'm wondering if he got my mic call. And he did. We was fishing on credit, y'all. So I thought I'd check it. Fishing on credit again. And if my fishing credit's anything like my real credit, yeah, we in trouble. Before I lost my job, my credit was almost at 820, y'all. I got it up from I got it up to where it didn't even show up when I first started getting my credit line up. I didn't even have enough credit to register, is what they said. And I went from that to almost 820 in 2 years. And now I'm back down to like 515. It's a nightmare. Luckily, I ain't got to buy nothing else on credit. I got my house already, and I ain't never going to buy a new car because I don't want a car payment. So, we don't need credit for anything right now. I do miss my credit cards, though. Oh. And that's why I'm in the shape I'm in now. Them credit cards. They had me in good shape for a while when I was working. It was nice to be able to, if you needed something, just to charge it. I had a $6,000 limit, so it wasn't nothing for me if I needed to spend $500 on something just to go ahead and buy it. And I could pay it off, you know, a little bit at a time. Normally I'd pay off, if I put $100 or $500 or something on it like that, like when I went for buying my rods, I went crazy rod buying and stuff like that. What the heck? Oh. I went and ordered me a bunch of rods and reels at one time. I think I spent $2,600 getting rods and reels, and then I turned around and started putting $350 a week on it to pay it back down. And at the time, I only had a $4,000 credit limit. After I paid off that big purchase, I tell you what, it jumped up quick. That's the trick if y'all ever need to build your credit up. Get you a cheap little credit card that's got a low max on it. Use the heck out of it. Pay it off as fast as you can. That credit limit will jump up quick. When I started off with that credit card, I had a $300 limit. Within 2 years, I was at $6,000. And that's within 2 years. Oh, orange rod just got smacked, y'all. Is it gonna go down? I think it's trying to go down, y'all. You need to get out of the way of it. Come on, baby. Take it. You know you want it. You can have it. Just take it. Run with it. I promise you. After I take a picture of you, I'll let you go. After all the other pictures, I'll let you go. I might even give you a pat on the head and tell you how good a job you've done. Gotta encourage them fishies, y'all. Gotta encourage them to bite. That's why I like having these light up rods like this, man. Because I'm sitting there looking at these cameras and there's no hesitation, no doubt at all when I get a bite. There's no missing it and going, well, the rods was too dark. No. Man, I should have brought me something else to drink besides just that monster. I thought for sure that was going to hold me over the whole night, because normally I don't drink them that fast. And yeah, it's almost gone. And it's a 24-ounce monster. I should have known that though, because sitting down here for this as long as I plan on sitting down here, I should have brought at least a liter of drink with me. I'm taking a lot of fluids. Not much water, unless you count coffee. If you count coffee, I drink a lot of water. A whole lot of water. Because I normally drink a pot and a half a day by myself. I think that's what my whole body mass is. I don't think there's any, I don't have no meat on my bones. I'm skinny as can be, bone rack. And something big's in the area because fish are jumping out of the water, y'all. But I think my whole body is at least half the weight in my body is all fluids. I know my blood type's Mountain Dew. Well, here lately my blood type's gonna be coffee. It was Mountain Dew because I was drinking a 2-liter of Mountain Dew a day. Sometimes a 2.5 liters of Mountain Dew a day. Now I switched over to coffee. Me and my wife, I'll make a pot of coffee when I first get up. And then, well actually when I first get up, we usually got coffee left over from the night before. I'll just heat it up. I'll make sure I got enough for the night before when I go to bed, when we wake up, to have a cup apiece. Pour us that cup, and I'll start making it for the first pot of the day. And I'll usually make a second pot, if not a third pot. And at the end of the night when we go to sleep, there's enough in there for 2 cups. Well, usually about 4 cups, because her cup takes about 1.5 cups. And I usually drink about half my first cup and then top it back off. So I know I got enough caffeine to get me motivated. Because I've learned first thing I do when I get up, usually in the morning, or in the afternoon I should say, because I sleep all night, all day, because I don't go to bed till 8, 9 o'clock in the morning. First thing I do when I get up during the day is turn on YouTube. See how many people's on live, going in many people's chats as I can to say hi to them, so I can support everybody like they do me. And then I've learned on accident with Backlash, going in there without my coffee first. I will not go into another stream to say hi to somebody until I've had my coffee. I went in and called Backlash hog leg on accident. I thought I was actually talking to hog leg when I knew it was Backlash. But that's what happens when you wake up and you ain't had your coffee yet. So y'all, that's the lesson of the day. See, I like to mention my sponsor every day, which the sponsor for the day, for anybody who wasn't in here earlier, was the guy I ran to that was picking up trash on the side of the road that offered me $20 to help him out for 10 minutes. He's the sponsor of the day, because that's $20 I didn't have. I got to give me a monster and some smokes that I didn't have. Yep, he sponsored this trip, buddy. And then I like to give my tip of the day. Tip of the day, no YouTube without coffee. It will get you in trouble. And there must be a big fish in the area, y'all. There has to be a big fish in the area. I'm saying this for 2 reasons. One, I'm casting right out there where I was a minute ago, where we was getting non-stop bites from them damn drums with a fresh worm on there. We're not getting any nibbles. I've done seen 2 fish jump out of the water getting away from something. All around Sarah, how's it going? Thanks for coming in. We got 5 so far in the stream. We got 4 blue cats and a drum. First blue cat was 15 minutes in. It started off as a good hot bite for the first 2 hours. I mean, we was getting bite after bite, but yeah. Then it slowed down. Now we're on a slow drag. I started throwing my purple rod back out close with some night curl on it so we can get some drum or something to keep us going until we get till the catfish wake back up. Because they had them periods where we go 2 hours without any bites. And to kill the monotony of us sitting here not getting any bites from anything, I'll throw out the purple rod close like this, and like it's doing now, to where I'll catch us some drum or something at least. That way we're getting some kind of action, is what I try to do. Because normally in this river I can catch a drum every 10 minutes, usually. But this year has been proving me wrong. But, you know, it is what it is. I say if we don't get a barge in the next 15 minutes, I'll have a fish on one of these rods if we don't get a barge. It might be a drum, but we should have one. I'm calling it now, y'all. I mean, we're still dealing with the weight from the last 3 barges. Which we've noticed the last 2 days, me coming out here doing the same thing. All these fish are in real close. And when you get them waves 6 foot up on the bank from the barges, then they got to move out a little deeper to get out of the waves. So they're going to move back in here in a minute as soon as it starts calming down. And we'll start getting busy again. It should be about that time. Let me check my clock here. Check on my clock. It's 4:30, y'all. The bite should be picking up in the next 20 minutes if it's going to pick up. Next 20, 30 minutes if it's going to pick up. But I'm thinking we're going to catch a drum before then. As long as this water calms down. Now, see, I tried this last week. I tried to catch drum and carp, and wound up catching 3 cats. So I'll take that right there. You never know what's going to bite right there. I mean, I might be in a little too close, but yeah, I think I'm in a little too close, y'all. I think that weight's pulled me in because I'm only about 5 foot from the bank, 6 foot from the bank. Give me a second, I'm gonna reset that. Because I want us to get a fishing. And since I just called out that we're gonna get one on in the next 15 minutes, I better get it to a spot I know we're gonna get a fish on in the next 15 minutes. Alright, my worm's still good? Alright, we're good. Alright. Let's see where we at out here, y'all. Get this headlamp situated. Right there, y'all. If we don't get a barge, I'm calling it. Next 15 minutes, we'll have a fish on. See if we don't get a barge. Because I threw it right back in there. I threw it right back in that spot where we was getting all them bites earlier. We caught 2 catfish in that spot earlier off a night crawler. Then we got that drum off there, and we got about 4 good hits from the drums right there in that same spot. And I know what it is because I know what this bank looks like when it's when the water's down, there's about a 20-foot section out here in front of us that's usually above water, and it's like a giant swimming pool looking thing. It drops down about 3 foot, 4 foot, and it comes back up like a big old hole in the ground. And it's probably, I'd say, 16 foot around, 18 foot around. Looks like a swimming pool is what it looks like. And I guarantee that's where we're at right now, casting into it. And all them fish are going in there and dropping down to the bottom right there. And that's why we've been catching them there, because there's a big swimming pool area right there. I know that's one of the dangers of coming down to this spot when the water's down, is if you don't watch where you're going, you fall in that ditch, oh, you hurting something, because it's at least 4 foot deep. That's the best way I can describe it, because I'm thinking it looks just about the exact same size, depth, and size of my pool. We got a 16-foot pool that's 4 foot deep, and that hole is about the same. And I guarantee that's where them fish are at, and that's where I'm at now. So we're gonna see. All right, it is. Let's see here. We've been here for 5 hours and 4 minutes. So we'll say right at 5 minutes. So by the time we've been in for 5 hours and 19 minutes, we'll have fish on, which will be we'll say 4:49. I think would be 4:49. Let's see. Yeah, about 4:49 we should have fish on. About 15 minutes. Counting when I said we are gonna start. They may prove me wrong, but I don't think they will. I'm hoping they don't. I'm hoping they don't. Give me a second. I'll be right back. Be right back. Oh, crap. You know, I hate fishing on these muddy banks up here. And the only reason why I hate it so much is when I go walking back and forth like I do back here, I break off small chunks of the edge. When I started walking down here earlier, before we started catching fish, and I was breaking the edge off trying to walk down the hill, I had a good path. I could walk about 2 foot, 3 foot in between, about 2.5 foot actually. 2 to 2.5 foot. Dang it, monsters got my brain spinning. That I could walk beside this camera. Now I got less than 1.5 foot. Walking through here is almost like I'm almost gonna bump into the camera. And that last barge almost took my dang net. The waves was that high. I'm gonna turn this just a hair, y'all, so I can see if anybody else comes in or something. I want to make sure I can see everybody. And see, my chat stopped again. Melissa, how's it going? Thanks for coming in. See, that's what happens. My chat stops scrolling for some reason. I don't know. I don't know why it does it. We're on a 13-minute, I don't know if you was in here in a little bit ago. We're on a 13-minute countdown. We're going to have a fish on within 13 minutes. We got 5 so far. We got 4 blues and a drum. Right now, I'm trying to prove I know these fish. I told everybody we got 13 minutes and I'm going to have a fish on the bank. I'm trying to prove I know these fish. Fish on, y'all. Told y'all. Told y'all. What'd I tell y'all? I'm just gonna swing him on up here. I'll calm it down. Extend the rod, I don't care. Told y'all, use my headlamp, y'all. Let me turn this off. Come here, buddy. Thank you for participating. Would you stop flopping or you let me catch my hook? Because I'll be mad if you call me to hook myself. All right, y'all. Told y'all. There you go. Let's let him go. And do another one. I'll break up the monotony one way or another, y'all. All right. That was almost dangerous. I almost cut my line with my dang bait knife. Laid it up against it. Luckily I didn't touch it. No frays, we're good. All right, y'all, let's do that again, just for the fun of it. Let's start a timer, y'all. Yeah, I told y'all, 15-minute timer, y'all. All right, we've been in here 5 hours and 10 minutes. By 5 hours and 25 minutes, we're gonna have another one on. I'm gonna start another 15-minute timer. We're gonna do this until we land a big old kitty cat or until they prove me wrong. But I don't think they're gonna prove me wrong. Because see, with these commercial fishermen taking all the catfish out of here, these white cats as everybody calls them, the drum, they call them white cats. A lot of people do. With them taking all the commercial fishermen taking all the catfish out of here, them drum have been able to spawn and reproduce mad crazily. So there's billions of them things in this water. I just wish I could get one or two home alive. I've been threatening to eat one for close to a year now. I've seen a couple recipes online where people taken and went to 5-star restaurants and they cooked drum, and people didn't know what they was eating, and they was amazed. They're like, it's some of the best eating they've ever had. All right, Ernie, thanks for stopping in, brother. Get you some rest, man. I hope you can, at least. Here in about 2 or 3 minutes, I'm gonna check that orange rod, maybe that blue rod. Go ahead and check them out again. We ain't had no hits on them in a while. Well, we had a hit on the orange rod, but that was a while back. Maybe I need to change positioning on it, bring it in closer, or something. I don't know. Last night we was doing that. We'd bring them in a little closer at a time, 10 foot at a time, and we found that honey hole spot where they was at. I hooked 2 in less than 25 minutes on the same rod, so. And actually, I ain't done that yet tonight, y'all. Last night, probably 2 hours into the live, when I switched over from Nightcrawler to drum. I mean, from Nightcrawler to bluegill on the purple rod, and we started catching fish. Actually, about an hour and a half in, I think is what it was. We started catching fish, but nothing was hitting the Nightcrawler last night. I mean, we had the Nightcrawler out there for an hour and a half, 2 hours last night, and we didn't get a nibble, not a nibble. Tonight I threw out and caught a fish, and first fish in 15 minutes on Nightcrawler. And it was first blue cat. Then caught one shortly right after that one with the same rod. I think it was the same rod tonight. Might have been the orange rod the second time. The only rod out of all these rods that ain't been getting no action the last 3 trips, or no, take that back, the blue rod got action 2 lives ago. I was packing up and done shut off the live. I had my back turned. I was packing up stuff over here to get my behind me, that where I can pack up all my gear. Because I always leave my rods out until I get all my other stuff packed up. And I turn around, that blue rod's going crazy. I might be a little bit far casted out for the drum, y'all. I might have to bring it in about 2 feet. Nope, maybe not. He's on there, or he will be. Give him a second, he'll be on there. He'll be on there in a second. I was gonna sit down, but ain't no sense in it. Because the second I sit down, he'll be on there. Do it anyway. Yeah, literally, y'all, I can come down here on this bank on a normal night and just have a drum fishing video and catch 25 drum in one night, 30 drum in one night, easily. I don't know how much fun would be in that. I mean, it's kind of fun catching them on light gear, especially some of these drum I catch, because I've hooked into some 20+ pound ones up here, and I tell you what, or 10+ pound ones. I've only hooked 2120 in my life, but some good 10 pound, close to 15 pound drum, and they'll fight you tooth and nail. They'll fight you as much as a catfish, if not more. Maybe I ought to do that one day. Maybe I ought to come up here and just go live and bring me a bunch of like ultralights or something, ultralight gear, and cast them all out there with Nightcrawler and just see how many drum I can catch in one night on ultralights. It'd be fun. Guarantee you it'd be non-stop action. We'd probably catch a fish at least every 30 minutes. If not every 10 minutes. If I had all 3 rods out, probably every 10, 15 minutes we'd hook a fish. It might take us 5 minutes to pull one in. Of course, I don't know how to do that because I can't stand up for more than an hour without falling over, so I don't know if I can do that much action or not. Maybe if I can get my chair, maybe I'll put my chair in front of the rods and have to use my other phone for a little bit for the chat. That way I can keep up with the rods. I don't know. Or I could just come down and do a video of it. I might just do that. That way if I get tired, I can sit down and not have to worry about it. Not have to worry about it. Fish on, y'all. Oh, I think that's a cat, y'all. I think we got a kitty cat on. He's fighting like a kitty cat. Let's see here. Yep, that's a cat, y'all. We got a cat. He ain't too bad either, I don't think. I'm gonna get him up here. Trying to keep him out of the line. Yeah, that dang sure not a drum, y'all. I wish y'all could see me landing these fish, but man, I gotta walk way down here and almost into the water to get them. Oh crap, come here. Come here. Come here, buddy. I need my net. Another Dinkenstein, y'all. Another Dinkenstein. But he's a cat, we'll take him. He probably won't break 5 pounds. Well, he might barely hit 5 pounds, but we shall take him, y'all. I knew they'd be waking back up here soon. He's a pretty one though. Give me a second, I'll get my hook back out of his mouth and then get my grippers. Normally I got gloves, but I keep on forgetting to bring my gloves. Normally I don't even need gloves. I'll put my hand in their mouth all the time, but I got an infection one day from getting the skin torn off my fingers, and I try not to do that too much. Did y'all hear him bark at me? He literally barked at me. Come here. Joe, buddy. Yeah, I want the hook back. Let me roll that hook out, buddy. Come on. All right. Oh, quit flopping. Knock my camera down, y'all. All right, y'all. Got us another kitty. He ain't great, but you know what? We take him. Now, you see if I can get these grippers out of his mouth without him starting to roll on me. And get him back in the water. Here you go. There you go. You're good, buddy. Go ahead. Swim away. Swim away. All right, let's try to duplicate that, y'all. Means they're waking back up over here, and they might start hitting on crawler again. So that's what he hit on, night crawler. So we're gonna try it again. Let me get all my stuff back down here on the side of the water. Like I said, I wish y'all could see me landing these fish, but unfortunately, I'm way up here on the bank, and I've got to walk down 6 foot down in the trench to get down there to get to them, and I basically almost have to stand in the water. I can't get my camera down that far. That's all right. If my No Pro works, and I do mean my No Pro, I'm gonna make a video of these lives I've done. I'll have probably 2 or 3 of them back to back, but I'm just gonna be like a video of the highlights. Just a video of the highlights for people that didn't get to come in. Because I got a bunch of my family members and everything else that don't want to come in and watch lives and stuff all night. And they're like, I'll go home and they'll be like, well, put it on live. Let me watch that live. Fast forward through it till you get a fish. I'll just cut the highlights of it out and just go from there. Plus, since normally when I do go live, I go live for 6 to 8 hours, if not 12 hours. Nobody wants to sit there and watch 12 hours worth of live to see, 7, 8 fish or whatever. So I just cut the video up and add some of my chest cam footage, my no pro footage, and then we'll have that. Sweetie Ann, thank you for stopping in. Sorry I didn't see your that you came in. Get this rod to stop knocking. I mean the phone to stop knocking. I'm gonna raise it up just a hair, y'all, so y'all can see the tips of the rods. There we go. Alrighty, so I'm back in the same spot I was at a minute ago when he hit. Now that's how our night started off, y'all. Night crawler on the rod, casting out, maybe 40 foot from the bank at the most, and we hooked two blues right off the bat doing that on night crawler, and then they stopped biting for a while. So I started switching over trying to catch a drum to kill time, and we just hooked another cat on night crawler. So that's just a honey hole out there, buddy. You can catch everything out there. I'm surprised I ain't caught a shark yet. If I pull in a shark out of this water, though, I promise you one thing. My whole fishing style is going to change. Because anybody that's watched my video for a long time knows my motto. Jump in and get them. I've dove in this water on top of fish so many times. I promise you, I pull in a shark, that's going to change. It's going to go from jump in to get them to I ain't going in that water. That's going to be my new motto. I ain't going in that water. I wish this camera didn't rock when I try to scroll up. I need to check it orange and blue rod, y'all. We ain't had a hit on them in a while. And since we've already been out here for 5.5 hours and our trip's almost up, I still got a bluegill and a half left over here. We ought to freshen them baits up and see what happens. Because some of them baits have been out there a while. Yeah, we only got about another hour and a half. So I done killed the fish, the bluegill, bringing them up here. Might as well not let them die in vain. I'm going to change these baits out and freshen up. Give me a second. That's what we're going to do. You know, since of letting the fish die in vain. I just hope we don't deal with all the fog we dealt with today, or last night when we came out and did this. Man, I tell you what, I went to walk home, and I couldn't see 3 foot in front of me. Which is crazy when you're walking through the woods, and you can't see 3 foot in front of you. It's not too much fun. I didn't think I casted that one out that far. There's that dang debris again. Come on now. I hate that stuff. At that grass from them barges kicking it up off the bottom. And I got to break all that off the line. That really hinders the bite, y'all, for real. And that blue rod's got a whole lot of bend in it. I guarantee it's caked with it. Guarantee it is caked. Get this off here as fast as I can. Change this bait out, get it out, change this black blue one out. So we can get as much fishing time as we can get. I think it's time to break out the big guns, y'all. We ain't caught a fish on this blue rod yet tonight. It's time to break out the big guns. Since I got a bluegill and a half over here, I'm gonna take and put me a bigger piece of bait on there. They've been biting on midsection, so I think I'm gonna take a big old huge midsection out of that big bluegill I got over there, and that's what I'm gonna throw out there. Big old midsection. I mean, the bluegill I got left is not really big compared to what I usually catch, but it's the biggest one I got today, so. And it's an okay size, so I'll get enough big enough piece. If I didn't think I'd need it, I'd cut part of his tail off and throw the whole bluegill head and half the body section with it. So the biggest bait I can throw. But I don't think I got enough. if we start getting hit like we was last night at this time of morning on that bluegill, I don't think I'm gonna have enough bluegill left to do all that. I'll have to check and see what I got up here. Because they ain't been hitting on the heads. Oh, something else is tapping it. Go ahead, buddy. He got it. It's in his mouth. He's taking it down the river. Come on now. Maybe he don't have it in his mouth. He's swimming over this way though. Oh, he swam it over and dropped it. Yeah, it's got a faint bluegill smell, but it ain't strong bluegill smell no more, so it definitely was time to change that bait out. Yeah, he's on there. I think he's on there. No, he's gonna spit it out again. Let me see my night crawler. He done butchered my night crawler though. He still looks on there like he's on there good enough, so I'm gonna throw him back out there and see what happens. Yeah, whatever that was, that might have been a cat there because I was casting way over here and it brought it all the way over here. I watched the line travel like a rocket this direction, and then it just dropped it. Right back in the same spot it was in. For anybody that wasn't in here earlier to know, I have a spot right here. I have a tree under in the water that's out about 10 foot. It's a whole tree because the water's up so high, and I'm using the tree trunk itself as a current break. And I'm putting this one right there in that current break. That way, if any fish comes up in that current break, they can get my bait. Make sure nobody else come in. My chat ain't moved, but it freezes up all the dang time, so. Alrighty, well, we're gonna cut us a piece of this sunfish right here. We're gonna throw us a pretty good sized piece out. Pretty good sized piece out. Now I did bring shrimp, y'all. I forgot all about that. I don't ever use shrimp, but I did bring shrimp with me tonight because I didn't think I'd have enough bluegill, and I ain't even broke the shrimp out, y'all. Hopefully I don't have to because I don't like using it. I never have no luck off of it. I think I've caught 4 fish in my life off shrimp. So, if I don't get fish off of it, ain't no sense of using it, but I also don't want to be out here and not having any baits out in the water either. And you never know, fish are picky. One day they want one thing, one day they want the next. They want something else. So I figure before I go out here and run out of bait and not have bait, I'll bring something else just in case. But that's the only thing I had left in my freezer that I could bring out for bait. So that should be in that current seam, hopefully. The current break. Yeah, it looks like it set it up. Alright. It's just further over this way in the current break. Yeah, this thing right here, it's so tight, I think it's snagged up. If it ain't snagged up, I can promise you right now, it's got a bunch of stuff on it. I mean, this is a Muddy River flathead rod, y'all. It does not bend, and it's got a heck of a bend in it. And I'm pretty sure there's no fish on there. That's just debris. That's just debris. That's just debris. That's a lot of debris on there. That's gonna take me an hour to clean that off there too. Yeah, I'm already getting it. Y'all can hear the rod. That noise is that grass at the tip of the rod sliding down. I'm already getting it built up so bad right there it can't move. I can't even reel it down. But I got to keep on reeling because it's all, this part of the bank is actually flooded. It's actually flooded bank. Yeah, this thing's covered in it, y'all. I mean, covered in it. Yeah, it's covered in that stuff, and it's all the way up to the top of the guide. But yeah, this is what happens when they all this stuff usually sits on the bottom. You don't normally have any issues with it during most of the time you come out here. Beginning of summer, like towards the end of spring, when the water starts to drop at normal level, um, you won't get too much of this. But right now, it's still floating through the water because they're still running the generator so much and still pumping water in. Because the original name of this live was going to be last night when I started this 48-hour trip. Uh, the original name of the live was going to be F the Poor Folk because I live in a lower class area. It's not lower class, but a lower income side, I should say, of the river. Because when you get up to East End, you got everybody that's got the yachts and everything like that. Well, they're the upper pool, and we're the lower pool. Well, people in the lower pool get crapped on, because like on this weekend, if you go look at the map from the website, from the lock itself, the upper pool is at normal level because they got all the yachts and everything else, and it's a holiday weekend. So all that extra rain we got, they pumped into my half, into the lower section. Is he still gonna have it or what? He's trying to get it, but they dropped it into the lower section where I'm at. So we're up by 26 feet, 28 foot, while they're at normal level because they got all the fancy boats and expensive equipment to take out for the holiday weekend. I think it's kind of a raw deal, you ask me. But because of that, them pumping all that water in here, like they've been doing for the last 3 days, 4 days, to keep that side normal, we're getting all this debris. But yeah, I think we get a raw deal with that. Honestly do. I didn't want that to fall in the water, but oh well. Alright, I'm gonna put a midsection on this one, y'all. They ain't been hitting these heads the last couple times I've been out. Normally I have good luck with heads, but they ain't been hitting them. So maybe a midsection, that's what they've been hitting on. Maybe a good midsection is the key. And it's the biggest gill I got for the night. He ain't too big, but he ain't too small either. I can get a couple good chunks out of him. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna cut him up into, cut his tail, the tip of his tail off. I don't like the floppy part of it. And then I'm gonna cut a small section of meat off of it in case we need a backup for the orange rod. And then I'm gonna cut a big section of him out so we can have plenty of bait. We're gonna make it stretch, y'all. I think we can make it stretch. It ain't no guarantee, but we're gonna try to make it stretch. They've been hitting real small pieces of bait anyway, so I mean, I think the blues are on the beds right now in here in Kentucky and Louisville, at least in this river. The water just got up to temp to where they're probably in their beds. So all we got the smaller blues, as you can see, all the dinks that we've been catching. We got the dinks running through like crazy right now because the big ones are on their beds. But I did catch a 20 yesterday, so I am optimistic that there's still at least a 25 or 30 pounder out there swimming around that either one ain't gonna make this year, or two has already has and has already moved on, or is moving around looking for a bed. So that's our goal, to see if we can get a big one looking for a bed or on their bed or coming off the bed or whatever. I'm gonna put a big old chunk of bait on this one. This is my flathead rod. When I got set up, well, they're all flathead rods. Well, two of them are, but this is the rod I've been trying to use for flatheads. So I'm gonna try to set it up with a bigger bait. But this is the only one I'm keeping out deep, y'all. It ain't really deep because it's coming up into the banks, but as far as the other ones, it's the deepest one. Because I'm putting it out there. I'm casting it out because with the water being up right now, this tree is usually, there's usually 20 foot of bank in front of this tree that's in the water right here. At least 20 foot of bank in front of it. So right past this tree right here is the debris field where all the flatheads lay. So it's probably maybe 40 yards out in front of this tree now is where it's at. Well, about 30 yards out. And down about, I'd say 10 yards, 15 yards that way. So what I'm doing is I got an 8-ounce sinker on there where the current can still carry, and I'm casting out as far as I can, and I'm letting it drift down to where that brush pile's at to try to hook onto one of them flatties. So far, we've been unsuccessful. We just keep on catching blues. Catching blues in my flathead spot. But you know what? If we keep on catching blues down here, I will fish this area more when the water goes down and stuff. When I come down here, I'll bounce from this spot to my spot. But my spot's about, that I normally been fishing at, is about 60, 80 yards down the bank. But it's totally underwater right now. You can't get to it. So this is the only spot that has any bank access whatsoever without trees over it. Now, if I bring my chainsaw down, I can bring my chainsaw down one day when the water's down and clear the bank out, or clear them trees down. You gonna take it? Fish on, y'all. Well, is he on there or is he off? He got off, y'all, I think. Yeah, he got off. Booger. That booger got off on us, y'all. That's I felt him pull. He was probably about 10 pounds. He wasn't no monster. I mean, I would have took him with no problem. He almost got that bait off there though, so I'm gonna resituate that bait. I'm gonna double hook that bait. Now let's put it back out there where I had it and try to duplicate that, y'all. That purple rod got hit and then that one got hit. First I thought it might have been me with my blue rod. I thought it might have been me with my blue rod crossing over them, but there's no way possible that can happen because this orange rod and this purple rod are literally, they're literally only out like 30, 40 foot. Y'all seen what I did with this one. This is out a good 50 yards, 60 yards. There's no way my line crossed it. So, those are fishies. And I felt this one pull, but I think I pulled it out of his mouth is what I did. Alright, I need to redo this purple one again. Sorry y'all, I'm not trying to leave y'all on hold if anybody come in, but we dealing with fishies that are being stubborn and hard-headed here. And that's why I wanted to check it. We been fishing on credit, y'all. That last swipe he just did took my last bit of that crawler off there. Trying not to shine my light in y'all's face, but I'm hearing noises in the woods. And I mean, the spot I'm in right now is the most easiest access spot for people to get to come down here. because it's the end of the path of the trail that they got coming down. And that's one of the reasons why I don't use it much, because when people come down here to look at the river, there's a restaurant at the very top of this hill. Well, not the very top of this hill, but up the hill that's probably, um, I'd say 150 yards up this hill. There's a real expensive restaurant. Well, not expensive, it's a nice restaurant, but they do car shows and stuff. And they keep the path cut down here. So if people want to come down and view the river, they can come down here and get a good view of the river, and they ain't got to go far. Well, then they come down here, start yelling, screaming, cussing. And I'm like, well, I can't sit up right there. So I go about 100 yards down the bank, 60 to, it's about 60, 80 yards down. And that's where I'll go to, where I don't have to take a chance on people coming down here. On top of that, we do have a fairly bad homeless population here in Louisville. Most of them being veterans and stuff, which is what gets me. I can't stand veterans being homeless. I know some of them want to be that way. I've talked to a few. Actually, when I had my house out on off of Taylor, I had an extra bedroom, and I tried to get a guy to stay with me. He was a veteran. He was homeless, and I told him, I said, man, you're more than welcome, and anytime you want to, if you need a place to stay, you come talk to me. And I didn't know this man from anything, but I do know he was a vet. I know this for a fact. And I know this because one day I drove him up to the VA hospital to get treatment. And I asked him, I said, man, why are you living on the street? Why ain't you try to get some assistance? And his exact words were, I don't want the government knowing where I'm at. I'm like, that's pretty bad when the veterans say they don't want the government to know where they're at. But he didn't want to know. And I told him, I said, man, I know I don't know you, but I ain't got nothing in this house worth having anyway, because I didn't. I mean, everything I owned was thrift store or stuff like that. And everything else, when I was working and everything, I was only making enough to pay my bills, and that was it. I told him, I said, brother, you come crash at this house anytime you want to. And ain't nobody got to know where you're at. But yeah, we got a bunch of them that come up here, and some of them are cool. Some of the homeless people that come up here are cool. I worked with one or two of them that come up here. They just got down on their luck and lost everything, and so they're good people. And then you got other ones that come up here that are wired out on some crazy stuff. And I mean, my trip down here last night, I got on the flood while walking down here. Had a guy that just got out of the hospital, and he was wild out on some stuff. I'm talking wild out. My shady radar went off like a motherfucker. Excuse my language. Dropped the F-bomb. And I don't cuss my stream, but yeah, my shady radar went off crazy. Because, yeah, he got right up on me. He kept on asking me questions. He's like, man, you want to make some money? He's all like, yes. I'm like, no, dude, I'm good. I said, man, I got a fishing trip I got to get to. I got people waiting on me to get down there. And those are the people I don't trust. That's why I try to stay off of this path right here. Because I really don't want to be on this path where people can come down here. But anyway, let's change the subject and go back to fishing before I lose everybody in my stream, because I know me accidentally dropping the F-bomb probably going to chase some people off. That'd be the first time I've ever slipped up like that, y'all. And guess what we got? We got another barge. Imagine that. We just got the bait situated where we needed them at. We just started getting bites. And what do we got? Another barge. That's all right. Maybe we'll get lucky and he'll cause a barge bite, because we do got the bait situated where we need them at. And I just so happen to freshen up all the baits. Every one of the baits are fresh. Come on, come on. We need a fishy, y'all. I can't believe I just lost that one on the orange rod. I mean, that ain't gonna keep me up like the one last night did, though. Last night on that blue rod, when I hooked in that flathead, like I said, I know it was a flatty because of the way he pulled me down. I mean, he wasn't fighting like these other fish going from side to side. He's just going straight down, just diving down. I get him up off the bottom for a few seconds and he go right back down. And he was at least 20 pounds. Which would have been a new PB on YouTube for me. Oh man, these barges, man. He's coming through here fast, hot and heavy because he's empty. So that's what they do, y'all. They go down this way to drop off the loads and then they come back this way as soon as they get emptied off. I don't know where they're emptying out at, but it must be pretty close. Because this looks like the one barge I seen going down this way 2 hours ago. Now, did y'all hear that splash? That come from the bank. Now, I've got to go check. Oh, sorry, y'all. I'm sorry I did that. I've got to go check that, y'all. Give me a second. Sorry, y'all. I had to go check on that to make sure it wasn't nothing. It started at the top of this hill, and whatever it was big and rolled all the way down into the water. And like I was talking about a minute ago, we got a bad homeless population up here, and some of them are good people, some of them do drugs, and some of them drink. And I wanted to make sure nobody fell down the hill and fell in the water, because I couldn't let that happen. I couldn't let that happen. I'd rather lose one of my rods than let somebody drown in this water for no reason. Heck, for that matter, I'd rather fish grab a hold of all 3 rods at one time and take them. I'd rather get the person out of the water. But that was big, whatever it was. It sounded like a person. See, they're there. Bigfoot's down here throwing rocks again. He did that. I thought something threw a rock at me last night. I was sitting here and something loud thumped right behind this light. I'll turn around and say, "What, man, Bigfoot throwing rocks at me again?" He ought to know by now that when he sees these rods, who it is, that ain't nobody gonna mess with him. He ought to know this. And he ought to know by now that throwing rocks ain't gonna stop me from fishing. I'll stop fishing when I'm ready to stop fishing. Which, depending on the fog, will be. Let's see, what time is it now? Depending on the fog, and probably about an hour is when I'll stop fishing. Depending on the fog, because yesterday, man, the fog did not clear up until about 10 o'clock in the afternoon, 11 o'clock in the afternoon, and it was so thick that I had to walk through the woods, and you could not see 2-3 foot in front of your face. And when you're walking up these treacherous hills, I don't know if y'all can see where I was just climbing over there. That's the stuff I got to deal with, and even worse to get out of here. I mean, literally, I'll show y'all how bad it gets. I got to climb through stuff like this all the way out of here. So when you're doing that, when you got zero visibility, yeah, that ain't too much fun. For real. Actually, I don't have as much to travel up because normally I would have to come 25 foot down this hill or 25 foot up this hill. Today, since the water's up so high, I've only got to go up about 12 foot up the hill. So I'm cool with that. Less distance to travel, y'all. Now we need a fish. We just need a fish. Oh, we'll hush it up. We know the sun's getting ready to come up. Dang it. Telling us something we don't know. I know one thing. Even after drinking this whole monster, I can promise you right now, I get home, eat me something, eat me a real meal, because I ain't been eating cheese crackers for dinner while my wife's gone. Pretty bad. Like I said, I can cook. I cook almost every night when she's there. I'll cook big meals. She leaves. What we eating for dinner? Cheese crackers. Ain't no sense of cooking. The only people there is me, my two stepsons is the only two there, and my two stepsons, one of them's 16, one of them's 26, and they can never decide what they want. They'd rather come up and get a pack of ramen noodles and call it dinner. It's like the other night I cooked pork chops, and my oldest stepson goes, "I don't eat pork chops." I'm sorry. I didn't know anybody didn't eat pork chops. So he's got a refrigerator downstairs full of stuff that he eats. My oldest one does. My youngest one, he just comes up there and he's 16, he'll make whatever he wants to eat anytime he wants to. And I'm like, psh. And he'll eat 25 times a day anyway, so you know what? I'll eat me a sandwich for lunch, and I'll go back out and I'll eat me some cheese crackers for dinner. Then when I get done fishing, I'll come home and I'll eat me, a couple burritos or something, and maybe another sandwich, and stuff myself real good, and then I'll pass out. Especially after 24 hours. Yeah, we're over 48 hours now. Over 48 hours with no sleep. Oh yeah, that bed is gonna be calling me. Monster or no monster. Come on, fishy. Come on, fishy, fishy, come on. I don't know why y'all stopped biting. Y'all just started picking back up. Make sure my phone's still charging, y'all. All right. Now, I don't know what was going on last night. I was down here. I was live for 7 hours last night. Same amount, Will. Let's see here. Is that 6 hours or 5 hours we've been live? I can't see. Sorry, y'all, I'm half blind. Yeah, we've been live 6 hours, and I went through both my power banks, which this one just cut off, so I guess it's about right. These power banks I'm using to keep my phone charged will normally keep this phone charged for I could run the live and not run the battery down or nothing else for 5 hours apiece. Now it's running about 3 hours and then the battery just dies out. Just done stopped charging already, uh, just now, but I'm still at 100%. So I'm gonna go get my other bank, which will only charge it for maybe 40 minutes. But hey, that'll get us through to the next hour, cause I plan on calling it. If it ain't real foggy, I plan on calling it by 6:30 or so. You gotta be kidding me. Is John Burton still in the house? I don't know what his channel name is. John, are you still in the house? If so, thank you. You didn't have to do that, brother. You did not have to do that. I appreciate it. I mean, it will make life a little easier, but you did not have to do that. I just got a notification on my phone saying that John sent me something to help me out with bait and stuff. I appreciate that. Did not have to do that though, John. I guess you sponsored the next live. That's what I'm gonna say too. But I do need your permission if you want me to do that. I'll have to go through and find out who exactly, what channel name you got, because I don't think it shows up as your name like that. And then if you don't mind, I'll call you out for a sponsor. I do that on purpose because I will probably never have sponsors. Me being homeless for so long and me losing all my teeth, the strokes I've had where I slur, yeah, nobody wants me as a spokesperson. So I'm just going to start making up sponsors out of the blue. I think I started doing that sponsor thing last week. It was hilarious. I was at the creek, and at first I was going to say this video is sponsored by my wife. She bought me some night crawlers, but instead I was sitting there trying to use my bass rod because I've seen some 2 and 3 pound bass in there, and I figured I'd try to catch some bass while I was waiting for the bluegill to bite because they was biting so slow. And I'm like, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna cast this bass rod out and try to catch some bass while I'm sitting here. And I kept on snagging into big old chunks of moss. And I'm like, yeah, this. I said instead of my wife sponsoring this video, it should be sponsored by moss. I said that's what I'm gonna do. And I turned around, and looked at the camera. I said, This video is sponsored by Moss. Hit hashtag 20 in the comments to get 20% off all your Moss needs. Or you can have it free, really. Just come on down and get it. Uh-oh, blue rod just got tapped, y'all. That's the, well, no, we had a hit on it earlier. About to say it's the first good hit of the night on it, but it definitely acted like a flatty bite, though. It just good tap, tappy tap. Still got 8 wonderful people in here. I guess everybody left it running for me. I appreciate it. Yeah, we're gonna stay on here for, like I said, about another hour, depending on the bite. If the bite stays going, I haven't got exhausted yet. I mean, I'm gonna be exhausted trying to walk home, but it's easier to walk home, pack up, and to walk home when the sun's up than it is out here in the dark. So I'm gonna wait until the sun comes up anyway. So I'll wait about 6:30. So about an hour from now, we'll end the live. Unless we're on a hot bite, and then we'll just stay on here. Blue rod's getting hit again, y'all, and it's tapping it like this and letting go. I'm hoping that's my flatty. I hope he's getting ready to try to hook up before the sun comes up. That would be nice. Be real nice. Come on, give me a rod. Just give me one rod going down. Come on, y'all. It's time for a fishy. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna move that purple rod again, y'all. Like I said earlier, if I'm not catching cats, I should at least be catching drum. We're sitting here way too long without a bite. You see what happened earlier when I tried to do that? It transpired into another cat. So let's see what we can do. I'm liking this fish catching we've been doing though, compared to what we've not been doing. I still got plenty of worm. He don't even look like he's touched this one. I must be in the wrong spot, y'all. Must be in the wrong spot because I didn't even get a nibble on that one yet. Come on, that's pulling a little too tight. The hook into one of them tree, probably hooked into one of them tree roots over there. I done pulled it out of the spot. Come on. Make sure I didn't lose my crawler. I don't know what kind of fishing it's supposed to be though, y'all. I don't. Now, when I was working, I wasted all this money when I was working and getting good money. uh, wasted all this money on all this gear, good gear, and I'm talking, you know, 80, 90, $100 rods, 70, $80, $100 reels, whatever. Best lines I can find, best hooks I could get, and the reels and stuff that I know for a fact I can cast out at least 100 yards. Get stuff like that just to sit out here on the bank and cast out 20 foot. I don't understand it. It's not a it's not a normal thing, y'all. I shouldn't be casting out 20 foot. Who'd have thunk? Who'd have ever thunk that I would be out here catching fish from 20, 25 feet off the bank in good numbers? Maybe that's what I was doing wrong last year. And some of the fish ain't been that bad. Yesterday, like I said, yesterday I caught a 20 pound blue, maybe 30 foot out in off the bank, maybe between 30 and 50 foot, maybe on a piece of bait the size of the thumb, tip of my thumb. Seriously, smaller than that. That's all I had on. Maybe I've been doing it all wrong, throwing these big old huge baits, 70, 80, 100 yards out. I don't think so. I think it's a fluke. I think they're in close right now because they're looking for beds, and the water's flooded, so they're coming up close to try to look for food. New territory. That's what it is. Look, move that worm, get a hit. Yeah, I'm honestly thinking right now, and I'm literally right now, I'm 20 yards, 20 feet out with that rod. Literally, I'm about 20 foot out. That's it. I think what I'm gonna start doing from now on, anytime we got flooded waters like this, I'm gonna keep a rod in that distance range. I'm gonna keep a rod casted out about between the 20 to 50 foot range with a small bait on it, just to see what's out there. Because the last 2 nights have been amazing, and it's all been fish caught within that range. Out of all the fish I've caught the last 2 days, the 16, 18 fish I've caught, something like that, and I ain't that many, about 12, 14. But all the fish I've caught in the last 2 days have been within 70 feet, 80 feet from the bank. Ain't none of them been caught out deep. Yesterday I sit out here, the flathead rod, I casted it out and let it drift into them trees down here. So it was only actually about 25 yards off the bank in them trees, because I let it drift down into the trees. This one I casted way out in the deep, so both of them was out pretty far, and all the action was coming on the purple rod up close. So I moved the orange rod up close, then it starts getting action. Oh, blue rod just got tapped. I'd really like to see it go over. I'd really like to catch a fish on all 3 rods tonight. So far, all the fish have come on the orange rod and the purple rod. None's come on the blue rod yet. So, it'd be nice to catch one on each. I know I'm definitely glad I came out tonight. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I debated it. After I went to that creek and only caught them 4 bluegill, I wasn't optimistic. I was like, man, I don't even know if I want to go. What the heck? My body hurts so bad right now. It feels like I'm walking on pins and needles, and everything else. I didn't know if I wanted to walk all the way down here and carry all this gear down. Man, I'm glad I did. Been a real productive night. I'd probably come back down here and do it again tomorrow night if my wife wasn't coming home. But I ain't seen her since Thursday, so she comes home tomorrow. Spend some time with the wife. And then my son's supposed to come over, so I'll get to spend some time with my son. I only get to spend about half an hour with him before he goes to work, but hey, half an hour is better than none. Take the day off tomorrow for fam and be back at it the rest of the week. Come on, fishy fishy. It's time for y'all to hit. The last 4 trips I've come out, this is right about now is when I got to fish. My last fish of the night come about this time of morning. Come on. You can do it. I've yet to break 10 pounds tonight. I come close. 9 3/4, but you know what? That's not close enough for me. We need to break 10 pounds. Come on. Remember my wish I had earlier, y'all, from Shooting Star. Come on now, fishy. Y'all, you still owe me my wish for my Shooting Star. I tell you what, you can cut that wish in half. Cut it in half. There you go. Thank you. It's probably a drum the way he's hitting. But you can cut that in half. Cut it in half and change the species to one of them ugly ones. Tell you what, make it an ugly one, cut it into a quarter. That'll work. I'll take a quarter of that. Yeah, I think that's a drum. Can I get lucky enough to catch a carp if the drum are out? Sun's coming up, the carp should be biting. I mean, I don't want to carry the extra weight home, but I'll take him. As long as he's under 3 pounds. Maybe 3.5. Depends on the size. I'll carry him home, I don't care. I done drank probably 3 pounds of drink tonight, so a monster, so I think I can carry a 3 pound fish home. Plus I'm gonna load more of the stuff in my backpack and get it out of my um, bag, because I got that big fishing bag I carry all my rods in. I had a bunch of extra stuff loaded in it today, and I don't have to carry it home, so use the bait up. I don't have no bait besides the night crawlers to take. Well, and the shrimp, I gotta take it back. But I lightened up about 5 pounds, so, and I got a bunch of power banks that was still attached to my stuff. All my power banks were still attached to it. Speaking of that, I never even got my other power bank, did I? I need to do that. Come on, my phone's gonna go dead. But it is not charging, y'all. There's my other power bank. I seen it earlier. I laid it on the bank. This is my last power bank, and I don't know if it does anything. If it's going to do anything or not. It might not even charge my phone. I'm sorry, y'all. It might not even charge my dang phone. I don't know. We're going to try, though. Because on these lives, man, it runs your battery down quick. It's charging. How long? Don't know. We shall see. Now I can pull my phone down, ain't it? I figured as much. Hold on, y'all. Set it up a little bit so I can get my phone level back out. All right, we back, I think. We charging. I don't know for how long, but we charging. That fish are starting to jump again. Come on, fishy. Come on, fishy, fishy. You can do it. Orange rod, y'all. Orange rod. Come on, baby. Take it, take it, take it, take it. For real. I got up and turned my camera off and that. Really? You got to do better than that. I was trying to catch my breath and sit down for a minute before we left. If you're going to hit it, take it. Don't make me get up for nothing. Let me rest my legs a little bit before I had to take this long walk home. Carrying all this gear. Yes, the only thing bad I don't like about this spot, y'all. If I was in my spot, I can take my cart. I mean, I might be able to get my cart down here. I don't know. This spot would be a lot harder to get my cart down here. Because I got a little golf caddy cart that I put my gear on and just roll down the hill. But one, they haven't cut the grass, and the grass is literally up to my neck. So rolling the cart through there is going to be impossible. And then on top of that, getting it down this hill, the way this hill is, would be virtually impossible. Man, that current is ripping. I didn't know it was moving that fast. Seriously. That's why I'm catching all these fish in close. They're all coming out of the current. Because when you get past that tree that's out here, which is about 50 foot, you get about 50 foot out, you go past that, you're in massive current. I'm talking, like I said, I don't know my knots and stuff. If you go by miles an hour, it's probably rolling about 20, 25 miles an hour. So that's why they're swimming in to get out of the current. Because that tree and stuff is slowing them down. They're slowing the current down. And all the other debris and all the other stuff, because there's a little bend right here. So all that's like the bank and stuff and the tree is slowing the current down, causing the current break. So they're coming all in this current break right here. Because I can see where the current starts and stops at right here. Where it goes in and then it starts getting real crazy. And that's why we catch them in close, y'all. See the things you can see when there's light out here. That's why I wanted to get out here last night about before dark, so I could see what I was doing to set up better. Because my goal was to get this camera back as far away from these rods as I could go. Because last night when I hooked that 20 on that purple rod, with it being a medium action, well, it's a medium heavy, but it's closer to a medium action. he bent that rod in half, and I was trying to show everybody how much he was bending the rod, and you couldn't see it because I was too close to the camera. So I wanted to avoid that today if I could. I wanted to put the camera back as far as I could. That way they can see, you can see every bit of the action when we're catching them. But yeah, it just didn't work because behind this camera right now, it goes all straight uphill. There's no flat spots nowhere else. Here, fishy, 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 fishy. Now I know one thing, my computer's gonna overload on these lives. I can promise you that right now. I tried to download one of my I think it was 4 hour live, 5 hour live or something like that. And it took literally almost 7 hours to download on that slow laptop I got. And yeah, it looked like took like 6 or 7 hours, something like that. And now I've got to download two 7 hour, 7.5 hour lives. Yeah, that laptop might explode before it gets done. Oh, come on, baby, take it. He's bouncing it. That definitely acts like a drum or a carp. But I'm starting to hear noise again, like I got another barge coming, and I would like to catch a fish before he comes through. I don't know if it's a barge or a chopper. I don't know. We do got a military base about where the camera's pointed right now. We do got a military base over there. I did have a Apache fly over one night or one day when I was out here fishing. Unfortunately, I didn't have the camera going because he was low too. Yeah, he was low and loud. You can't, you wouldn't believe how loud some of these helicopters are when they're up close. I mean, you hear them from a distance and you're like, yes, that's a loud little chopper. No, they loud. They are real loud when you get up close to them. See if I can straighten this out now. Crap. Back up to 8 people in the house. I really do appreciate everybody sitting in here with me all this time. I honestly do. This is my bucket list thing, y'all. For anybody that's hasn't been in the channel for long or watching the channel for long that's still in here just chilling. Because I started off doing this trophy catfishing, and I mean trophy catfishing because I've been hunting fish. Uh, now up to 9. Cool. Thank you. I've been hunting big cats for over 35 years now, and me and my brother-in-law always joked around. Before he was my brother-in-law, when he was just one of my good friends, we joked around about having our own fishing show. Cause when we grew up, there wasn't a there wasn't a catfishing show on out. I mean, the only shows you had was Bill Dance and other bass shows. And we always joked around about having us a fishing show on catfish. And then 2020 hit, and I told my wife, you know what? I don't have no networks knocking on my door wanting to do a catfish show with me. So the only way I'm ever going to have my own catfish show is to do it on YouTube and do it myself. And it wouldn't be possible without y'all great people coming in here. And I'll be honest, I've got 48 thumbs up and I've got 9 great people in here right now. On a night that we had a bunch of people live and I didn't think I'd have anybody come in, I consider that a great night. I honestly didn't expect to have more than, uh, 4 people in my live at one time because so many people was live. I mean, we had Ponchoon Jody, we had, I think Chunky went live for a little bit. I think Haz might even went live. I think I seen a thing from Haz. Uh, Big Mike went live. Well, he was on TikTok, but he went live. So I'm just thankful anybody came in. I appreciate it. Now we just get one more fish, y'all. I done lost count. I ain't gonna lie. I lost count tonight. I need to get me one of them clickers. I was always joking around with people when they started doing those clickers and the giveaways. I'm like, man, why do you need a clicker? You know, I was joking around with my wife. I said, why would you need a clicker? I've never lost count of me catching fish. I looked at her, I said, I've never lost count of me catching fish. I don't need no dang clicker. Now look at tonight. I don't remember what we caught when we ain't caught. But I will be able to go back and scan through the live and find out. I've got to scan through the last couple of lives and start writing down my fish counts and see which ones I've counted, which ones I ain't. Because I really want to keep track. I want to do like Tom from LG Bass did. He took a picture of every fish he caught and he kept track of all of them. I think that's a brilliant idea. That way we know how many we catch in a year. To know how many more we got to catch to see what years we had better uh, fishing on. Because I document everything. Oh, he's tapping it again. I document everything. If the water's up like this and I have good fishing, whatever level it says on my app the water's at, I know that when the water's up at that, what the water level was at, what temperature it was at, or at least what temperature it was outside, what time of the year it was. I mark that down in a book, and then I go back and I correspond on what I used, what did the best, what didn't, how far out. I do all that, and it seems to work. I mean, it gives me a better insights on sometimes when I come out here on knowing what's going to work, what's not, what's going to work, where to go, where not to go. Oh, blue rod just got hit. Oh, is it going to go down? Is it going to go down? Come on, baby. You get out y'all's way in case it does go down, but it's trying, y'all. That's a one-hitter quitter, man. That's what I call them, one-hitter quitters. He hit it and then quit it. Yeah, this water actually came up from where I was at earlier netting the fish. The spot that I was standing when I first got here, it's about a foot underwater now. So it came up a good foot last night. They said it would. They said we was going to top out about 28 foot or something like that. So I think we hit that, which I'm not understanding how that math works, because one day I'll come out here and it says it's going to be 22 foot and it'll be perfect height, perfect level where I want it at. And then the next day or next week it'll say it's going to be 28 foot and I'll come out and the water will be lower. I don't understand it. And I know that they keep good documentation of their water level that they pull in and out of the generators and stuff. So I don't understand it. Because see, that's the thing I've been trying to figure out for the longest time. There's a certain level, when it gets to my spot, if it's at a certain level, it's almost a guarantee for big fish if it gets at a certain level. And I'm trying to find out what that level is. But it changes. I don't understand that, because I'm reading the lower Alpine Lock, which is what I'm in, Alpine Lock and Dams. I'm on the lower section. And if I go by their gauge that they put out, 22 foot, water being at 22 foot level is about where I want it at, 22 to 23. Well, I come down here and it says it's 22 foot, and I come down here and it's like 28 foot. It's flooded up farther than what it says it's supposed to be. So I don't know. I don't know how they do it. But I'd really like to know how that works, to where I know exactly where my level is supposed to be at, to where I get the perfect fishing day. Because when it's at one level, when it's just slightly up, just slightly flooded, I tell you what, no exaggeration, you give me a warm day and I can come out here and land 5 or 6 20s back to back when it's at a certain level. Those are my best days. But I haven't been able to pinpoint it yet. I think it's the app, honestly. I think they just estimate or guess what they believe it's going to be at. Because technically, at the level they say it's supposed to be at right now, that water should be up to my rods, but it's not. And I know I looked at the app one day and it said my water level was supposed to be at 26 foot, which should have been almost into flood stage. And I come up here and it was low. So I don't know. I don't know if I need to be going by some different gauge or what. I do know I've got other factors I've got to factor in though, because I do have a power plant up here that drains water, and I got one behind me that drains water, and they pump in water. I don't know how many gallons that they pump in and take out, but I do need to find out what they pump in and what they take out, and what their ratio is on bringing the water up and down. Because there's nothing worse than knowing that you can get out one certain day a year or 2 certain days a year and have like just amazing day, and then miss them because, well, you didn't know the water level was where it was supposed to be at. Oh, he's on there. He's on there, y'all. Oh, did he let it go? Oh, he's swimming in with it. Crap. There he is. He's on there, y'all. He don't sound bad. He didn't feel great, but he didn't sound bad. I know he swam in with it. He's still swimming in with it. And he's just another little blue. He ain't nothing impressive. He might break the 10-pound mark. I doubt it. Let's see if I can get him to move. He's over here doing something. I don't know what he's doing. But All right. I was hoping I was going to get my flatty, y'all, but I didn't get it. Well, yeah, he might break the 10-pound mark, y'all. He might. I don't know. Let's get him in the net and find out. Of course, that 20 looked like a 10 last night. He was just fat. I don't know what this one's going to do, but he didn't pull that rod over like no 20, no 10 or no 20, though. Nah, he ain't going to break no 10 pounds. He might go 7. He might go 6 or 7, but you know what? That's another kitty on the bank, y'all. Give me a second, I'll get the hook out of his mouth and let y'all see him, and if anybody's still watching, and we'll let him go. Let him go, let him grow. That's the motto, y'all. Let him go and let him grow. Now, I'll tell you what, these blues right here that I'm catching tonight, though, I promise you right now, they're pretty. They might not be monsters, but they are beautiful fish. I promise you, if I ate catfish more, some of these would have been on the menu. They definitely look nice. But since I don't, they going free. I eat catfish maybe once or twice a year, if that. So, come on, buddy. Oh man, come on now. Did you get it in your skull? Oh my God, man! I think he got that hook in his skull, y'all. Literally. I'm pulling on it. I'm hearing bone. Trying to make sure I got my gripper, okay, pliers where I don't bend them again. Trying to roll it on out of his jaw or his head or whatever it's in, and it's bending my pliers again, y'all. Buddy, can I see what you got? Yeah, you got it way in here. How did you do that, buddy? How did you do that? That's a circle hook. You're not supposed to get that into your skull. Did you pull that hard? What the heck? No exaggeration, y'all. This hook went, it looks like it's in his top of his skull. I'm trying to roll it out as best I can, but it ain't coming. Come on, buddy, hold still. I know it hurts. I know it hurts. Let me take a move this net, y'all. I know it hurts, buddy. And I'm trying to be as gentle as I can. Okay. I think I got it out of your skull. Give me a second. I'll get it out of your jaw. There we go. I think we got it out, buddy. It's not all the way out, but it's about close. Man, what did you do, buddy? Y'all, I ain't never had a hook like this. It would not come out, but this sucker will not come out. There it goes. All right, buddy. Sorry about that. I wanted to hook you, but not like that. All right, y'all. Got another one on the bank. Hey, we'll take them. Like I said, these fish look pretty, man. They're nice and clean looking. We will take all them we can get. Now let's let him go, because he's been through some traumatic stuff already. Come on, buddy. There you go. Swim away. There you go. He's been through some traumatic ordeal right there, buddy. He had that hook through his jaw, up like this, into his skull. I bent the crap out of my pliers trying to get it out, because I could not get it out without it. Man. Poor thing, I feel sorry for him. Yeah, I'm glad I left a piece up here. Is that the piece I took off, or is that the piece I cut? No, I cut a piece, didn't I? Just the piece I left cut for the, in case I needed a backup. Which I'm glad I did, because now I need a backup. Check this hook and make sure it ain't broke. No, the hook looks good. I mean, I don't think it's gonna break that team. That's a 9. That's right here. I thought this is one of my 9 team catfish. I thought it was my 12-aught. No, that's on my blue eye. This just 9-aught. But I tell you what, it'll put a number on them, man. It did on that one, didn't it? I ain't never seen nothing like that in my life, y'all. Let me stop this video from recording. Hopefully half these videos ain't harshed. This No Pro's a piece of junk. Actually, it's the SD card that's junk. I bought one of them big 256 gig or something SD cards. And I tell you what, half the time I record on this No Pro, I get home, download the videos, and it says over half of them are harshed. And I download them. After every trip. I don't let them sit there for, you know, a couple days or whatever, or do a couple trips and then download them. I download them every trip. Like when I get home tonight, or today I should say. When I get home today, the first thing I'm gonna do is download all my video clips. Start them downloading. So, I don't understand it. I need to check this crawler too. Cause he's been out there smacking it, but he ain't doing nothing with it. Fishing on credit, y'all. That's why he stopped hitting it. Back to fishing on credit. Alright. Put another crawler on the hook. Put another crawler on the hook. Right there in that current break. Now, by no means have the fish I've been catching tonight been monsters. I've caught a lot bigger one. I mean, just tell you how deep that hook was in his jaw, y'all. Anybody's in here. That's what it did to my pliers. Trying to bend that hook out of his mouth. That hook went up into his skull. No exaggeration. That's them Team Catfish circle hooks, man. They're beasts. Now I don't even know if I can lock. Yeah, they're still locked. Yeah, I might straighten them out. They're cheap junk anyway, but man. Now I got some big fish rolling out there, y'all. Right out there at the current break. I mean, right there in the current break. And there's some big ones out there rolling. I think they're trying to get in and out of that current. Maybe we'll get some couple more. What time is it anyway? Yep, you can hear them. I got at least another half an hour, 45 minutes. Well, I got as long as I want, really, but I'll probably end this stream here in a few minutes. End this stream about 6:30. Unless we start nailing fish back to back, and then I don't want to leave. I mean, I still might stay out here just to fish for an extra 25, 30 minutes. Because I really hate being one of them people that cut these videos up, these lives. I started doing it and adding the GoPro footage into it. I started doing it just to help people out as far as the people that can't come into the lives and sit in there for all that time to where they can get the highlights. But I really hate doing that unless I'm adding something to the pot. You know, like the other night when I was packing up, I had a pack up fish that nobody got to see. Then I don't mind doing it. But if I ain't getting pack up fish or an extra fish that's off camera or whatever that they didn't see in the live, I don't like doing it. Yeah, they're all out there rolling about right there where the current seam is. I don't know if y'all can see it or not. I'm gonna turn this camera a little bit. Let's see if y'all can see the current, where the current's ripping and where it's going. I'll turn it back to the camera here, to the rods in a minute. But you can see the lines in the middle, out here where the current's going, out here. All these fish we've been catching have been on the inside of this current. Where them ripples are right there, those real fast moving ripples, right on the inside of that's where all these fish have been coming from tonight, or last night. They're all within, a short distance from the bank. And what it is they're all coming in from that current trying to get a break. Trying to get out of that current where they can catch a break and everything else. Back up to level 11 wonderful people in here. I don't know if y'all can even see the rods anymore. Not, yeah, I guess y'all can. I don't need this dang ring light though. It ain't doing nothing. Oh, something hitting it. It would probably be either a drum or a carp the way he hit it. But since my carp numbers are down for the year, like I said earlier, I'll take more of them too. I don't care. Fish is a fish. Trying to catch as many as I can this weekend, and I think I've done a pretty good job of that. I think I've done a real good job of that. I wish I wouldn't have I wish that one on the orange rod earlier, when it first hit and I reeled him in and he got off. I wish he wouldn't have got off, but that'd been an extra one. But if I wouldn't have lost that flathead last night, that'd been an extra one too. But you know what? I can't complain, y'all. You win some, you lose some. You hook some of them they spit the hook. It is what it is. I don't know what we're up to fish-wise tonight, but it's definitely been a decent night. And we've definitely seen some things that I've never seen before. I've never seen pliers get bent by trying to pull a hook out of a fish's skull. But hey, it is what it is. I've never seen a hook go into a fish's skull before till tonight. See something new every day, y'all. See and learn something new every day. If you don't learn something new every day, then the day that you stop learning something new, something's wrong. Somebody told me that when I was younger and I didn't believe them. But you do. You literally learn something new every day or see something different every day, even if you realize that you did or not. We never stop evolving and we never stop learning. I didn't do that. I might have done that. Yeah, I might have done that. I come over to look at the rod holders because this purple rod's gotten so much action. And I was wanting to make sure the rod holder wasn't loose yet. And I stepped on the dirt and it bounced it. I wanted to make sure that was me doing it, not a fish. There's some out there with it right now, but he ain't getting serious with it. He's out there just sucking my worm off. That's what they did last night. I mean, literally, I went off live. I called my wife. Yeah, he's just out there nibbling at it. I went off live, called my wife. was packing up, left the rods out, and I kept on casting out night crawlers. I throw a night crawler out there, and then sure enough, there he is. Come on, keep on pulling on it. Bounce it like that a couple more times. There you go. No, keep it going, keep it bouncing so I know you got it in your mouth. Once I know you got it in your mouth, I'll reel down on you. Until then, I'm not gonna waste my time. If you ain't bouncing the rod or bending the rod, then I know you ain't got it in your mouth, so ain't no sense in it. Of course, he probably done got my worm. That's what they was doing to me yesterday up on the live, or right after I got off live. They hit it like that and then they stop. Come on, take it down one more time. One more time. Let me feel you pull it just one time. It'll be the last time you pull it, I promise you. At least for the night. Ah. You almost got all that worm off. That little booger, I swear to you. They're little boogers, man. Throw out one more worm, y'all, because this live's about over. This live's about over. See if we can hook up on at least one more, I guess. I usually don't catch fish after the sun comes up, y'all. I say on every live just because, one, I don't. And two, the last couple times I've said that, I've caught a fish when the sun was coming up. So, and my no pro just went dead. Imagine that. Now watch, we'll get a massive takedown, some big old huge fish, because the no pro just died. Right out there where I need them at. I'm right on that edge of where it could be a cat, it could be a carp, it could be a drum, heck, it can even be a skipjack. They're all out there in that area. That's the only thing I know for certain. Alrighty, y'all, I'm gonna see if I got another. I think I got one more power bank over here. Yeah, see? Well, I think y'all can't see because the camera's not facing that way. Right there in that current seam is literally where all these fish are rolling. All these catfish are rolling right there on that current seam. Right there by my orange rod. They're trying to get out of the current. Do I got another power bank in here? I thought I did. Yeah, no, that ain't it. Yeah, it is. I stole my wife's, y'all. She ain't using it, so I stole it because I charged it up yesterday because she used it the other night. It don't stay charged long, but you know what? I don't need it to stay charged long. About 25, 30 minutes. Because I'm about to end this live here in a minute anyway. And then, in case I get a pack-up bite, I need it for that. And then when I go to walk up the hill, in case I see my deer or something, I'll be able to use it for that. Back up to 13 wonderful people in the house. Appreciate everybody being in here. What time is it now? All right, we're gonna give about another 3 or 4 minutes, y'all. And then we'll go ahead and call this live. That way I can pack up and get home at a reasonable time. I need to be home tonight. Like I said, I got chores to do. My wife probably home about 5 or 6 probably. And I got some things to do around the house that I promised her I'd do. And I did tell her, I said, I'm not going to do them until Monday right before you get home. It's only about 2 hours worth of stuff, but I'd also like to have her a good meal ready to go. Finish off that pulled pork to where she can have a decent meal, make some sides for it when she gets home. And I really need to cut my grass, man. I really need to cut my grass. You booger, are you going to take it or are you just going to tap on it, man? If you're going to start tapping on it like that, I'm going to put it out deeper. I think that's them little piranhas, y'all. I call them piranhas because they're like little shad, not shad, but shiners and stuff, and they're itty bitty. But you'll get a school of them and they'll just attack your worm until they just rip it apart. I mean, usually that quick of a bite like we just had, and that worm's gone. That's what they did to me yesterday. I lost four night crawlers in probably a 7 minute period after I got off the live. Because like I said, I come out here when I got off the live yesterday. I was hoping on hooking a small carp, and so I didn't have to go to the creek to try to find bait. And I haven't been lucky enough to get me a carp yet this year. Last year I got five bait size carp. I ain't been lucky enough to catch any yet this year yet. So I figured I'd sit out here for an extra half an hour waiting for the fog to clear up so I can see to get home. And I kept on getting bites like that, and that's all they did. They stripped the nightcrawler in a matter of seconds. I think that hook, even though it's only that big, is bigger than the whole fish. And once again, I pulled a dumb move, y'all. I was supposed to bring out my skipjack rod with me and did not bring it. Imagine that. But it is what it is. All right, y'all, what time we got? We got, yeah, it's about that time. Well, y'all, I appreciate everybody coming in. I'm going to go ahead and end this stream. It's 6:30, so I'm going to go ahead and start packing up. I'll probably still be down here fishing for about another half an hour while I'm packing up all the small little odds and ends, putting everything where it's got to go. But I really appreciate everybody being in here, and I'll catch y'all in the next one. We'll see if we can do some more damage. If I catch any more fish, I'll try to record it, and I'll put it in a video for y'all. All right, well, I'll catch y'all later.